Welcome to our meeting. We're taking just a minute to make sure that Commissioner Tolbert can hear us and we can hear him. But in the meantime, let me call your attention to our parade banner, which won our county commission first place in the political division at the Carson Valley Days Parade. So, yay, yay, yay us, right? It was fun. Yay, 2030 Club and Carson Valley Days, and that was a really great time. So let's just check. Commissioner Tolbert, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Try that again because you could be a little louder.
Let me switch my mic from the headset to the computer. Just showing that I'm not an old dinosaur. Okay, is that better? Can you hear me now?
Proving that I am the old dinosaur because I couldn't hear that.
Okay, so that should be better.
It's a little better.
Okay, say, wax eloquent for a minute so we can test this a little more.
What is it? The brown dog jumped over the log.
Oh, you went to typing school.
Okay, so I am a little bit of a dinosaur.
We'll ask them to turn up the speakers.
Okay, we're good. We're good to go. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, led by County Manager Jennifer Davidson.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
I pledge
to the
allegiance
flag
to the
of the United
States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, for all.
Next, we'll have public comment, general public comment on matters that are not on the agenda, unless you can't be here later and you want to speak to a matter on the agenda. We limit our public comment to 3 minutes. We have a timer. At 2.5 minutes, the yellow light will go on. At 3 minutes, the red light will go on and your time is up. And we will now open public comment. Is there any general public comment this morning? All right. Seeing none, I will close public comment and turn to approval of agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as stated.
Second.
Commissioner Tarkanian moved and Commissioner Gardner seconded approval, yes, I got that right. Approval of the agenda. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Next, approval of minutes. Approval of draft minutes of the May 15th, 2025 regular meeting and May 27th, 2025 special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move for the approval of the draft minutes of May 15th, 2025 regular meeting and May 27th, 2025 special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian that we approve these minutes. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Turning to the consent calendar, we have two minor corrections. Consent item T should refer to resolution number 2025R-057 instead of 2054R-057. Also, consent item V should refer to resolution 2025R-062 instead of 2025R-62. With those changes, I will look to the board for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for the adoption of the consent calendar as amended.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian, that we approve the consent agenda. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, good. I heard 2 online, so carries unanimously. We will turn to agenda item 8 for possible action, presentation and update from NV Energy regarding energy service in Douglas County. It looks to me like Tim Hill, the NV Energy Incident Management Team, might be leading the charge here, or if not, please come and introduce your NV Energy team, and we welcome you and thank you for being here.
Good morning, Commissioners, County Manager Davidson. My name is Chloe Chisholm. I'm our Government Relations Advisor for NV Energy here in Northern Nevada. It's great to see you all this morning. I just wanted to briefly take the time to thank you all so much for allowing NV Energy to come and present to you this morning. So thank you so much. And with that, I will just turn it over to Tim to provide all the information that we have for you this morning.
Hit the button that,
I got it. All right. Thank you, guys. My name is Tim Hill. I'm Senior Emergency Management Administrator with NV Energy. I wanted to take a moment to thank you guys. I am actually a Douglas High School graduate. So fast forward 20 some odd years later, and here I am with the pleasure of presenting in front of you guys today. So thank you for the opportunity. With that, we'll go ahead and get into what. Okay. We'll go ahead and get into what our agenda is today. So we're going to talk a little bit about kind of the growing fire risk in Nevada. We'll talk about what our PowerSafe NV team is. We'll hit the program highlights, the different areas that we have for the program. We'll talk about our active wildfire protocols and procedures that we use to reduce the risk of wildfire in our area. And then normally we'll open it up at that point for question and answers, but there were specific items that you guys had for us, so we're gonna, at that point, I'll transition it over to Zaina, our Vice President of Electrical Delivery, and she'll kind of go through the rest of it to address the specific concerns that were brought to our attention.
thank you, that sounds good, but could you tell me your Vice President's name?
Zaina Randall.
Zaina Randall. Thank you.
All right, so in 2019, the Nevada Senate passed Senate Bill 329, which required NV Energy to develop the Natural Disaster Protection Plan. The Natural Disaster Protection Plan is broken into 3 major areas: prevention, detection, and protection. So for prevention, we look at what we can do to harden the system. So we look at overhead line rebuilds, replacing non-covered conductor with covered conductor, replacing non-expulsion or expulsion fuses with non-expulsion fuses, so that when fuses do fail, it's not ejecting molten metal down to the ground that could potentially start an ignition. We also do selective undergrounding in areas that have been identified with local fire agencies and the U.S. Forest Service as the highest risk. And then we also look at replacing wooden poles with ductile iron poles where it's appropriate, and if not appropriate, we are wrapping them with the fire mesh material. It's kind of like a blanket that goes around the bottom of the pole, and then as fire burns up to it, it expands, kind of like a chia pet, and protects the base of the pole for fire resources to get there and extinguish. So. Next, all of our infrastructure goes through annual patrols and inspections to make sure that they are still in good working condition. Specifically for Douglas County, in 2024, we completed 3 projects. One of them was a 3.5-mile rebuild in the Genoa area, a 4-mile line rebuild in the Kingsbury area, and 3 miles of copper wire removal. We replaced poles in the area, worked on replacing expulsion fuses and removing tree attachments. Our upcoming work includes the 2nd phase of the Kingsbury grade rebuild. As well as we're supposed to be starting construction in the summer on 2 new segments, a Clear Creek segment for undergrounding and a Jacks Valley and Big Sky Trail area. We'll continue to replace poles as necessary and reduce the expulsion fuses and remove tree attachments as they arise. And then inspections and patrols, I believe, have started, but I'm not sure if they're completed, but they were scheduled to happen earlier in 2025. So outside of the inspections and the overhead rebuilds and some of the other protective measures for preventing it, what we're look at doing is increasing our vegetation management. So making sure that we have a good right-of-way, a resiliency corridor that allows us some free space next to our infrastructure so that if there is an ignition, we can get fire resources to the area and reduce or extinguish the fire before it becomes a hazard, a larger hazard to the community. For detection, we're partnered with different agencies, BLM, UNR, and part of their wildfire network camera and weather stations. Earlier this year, we actually installed a wildfire camera in the Minden area. We also have 24/7 AI monitoring on our cameras, so it will detect heat signatures and smoke and will alert us so that we can get eyes on it as soon as possible so that we can get resources to the area as quickly as possible. We also have industry experts that work for us. We have 2 meteorologists that are extremely passionate about weather, very knowledgeable, and have a background in fire, weather, and behavior. We have 3 full-time, soon to be 4 full-time wildfire management officers, and we also have 2 full-time emergency managers. So from here out, we're going to talk more about our proactive measures. What are the actions that we're taking to help reduce the fire risk? And that happens on 3 different things. So first will be our fire season settings, our public safety outage management, and then our emergency de-energization. For fire season settings, when we start to see the fire risk increase, we start to look at more what our settings look like. Because when it's moist and it's not as windy outside, what happens is we can, when you have a branch or debris hit a line, it tries to reclose, to close it back in to reduce the outage. We reduce that ability from reclosing, we call it reclosing, so that it doesn't reclose. So if it senses a fault, it will stay open. We also reduce the sensitivity on those settings so that instead of taking a couple of seconds for it to go out of power, it happens in a fraction of a second.
You don't mind if we ask questions along the way here rather than try to come back? Is that?
That's fine.
Okay. So thank you. In that regard, how are our residents notified of these shutdowns?
It's coming up in a few slides. I'll cover that. Yes, ma'am.
I wrote my questions already, so I'm going to go back and ask questions.
Okay.
On hardening, have your practices been informed by the big California fires? Have you changed in recent years?
We take a look at all different incidents across the United States, and we try and analyze what we can and learn from them. Whether it's the Palisades fire, whether it's the Texas fire that happened last year, the Lanai fire, we look at what was the cause, what maybe they could have done better, and we look at how that can be implemented on our program.
And so go ahead, Ms. Randall.
Yes, so I'm Zaina Randall. I'm the Vice President of Electric Delivery. I hope it's okay that I help answer some of these questions. So yes, our executive team is very much coordinating with not just PG&E, but also Berkshire Hathaway sister companies like Pacific Corp for best practices, for understanding new technologies. So yes, everything that we are doing has been informed by all of those utilities, particularly in the West Coast.
And I'm thinking about what you said about wrapping the poles or replacing the poles. Have those new, I assume those are new, have those been tested? I mean,
Yes.
Or is this lab work or What do you
they've
know
been
about that?
tested. We've actually demoed the materials. So first, we talk to the manufacturers, understand where they've been used, talk to those utilities that have used them to understand their success or failure rates. And then in the case of this wrap, we actually demoed them in our Carson City yard and, set them on fire and watched how they behaved and before we put them out there. And then even once we did put them out in the field, we started small in a demo fashion, right, where we only did a few polls and then the next season saw how they behaved, and then that's when the program grew, and now it's part of our criteria for certain tier areas.
And I only have a couple of questions, but I'll catch up to where we are. And then on the vegetation management, I think that's super important, especially in the Tahoe Basin. And I seem to remember that you team up with firefighters, and that when they have time, they can go and do part of this work. Is that, and so I wanted to ask, is that a cooperative effort with them?
Yes, we've really partnered with the fire departments, and we've also hired ex-fire chiefs that we have on staff with us, experts. So we have fire specialists and contracts for their equipment and their personnel.
That's good. I just wanted to highlight that it's a very deliberate partnering with contracts, actual contracts for their equipment and personnel in this effort of getting vegetation managed.
Correct.
That's awesome.
And I would like to also go back to the fire season settings. These are not outages. These are just settings on our lines that we currently have. We've always had, right? But what we've done for fire season is made them trip faster, so open the circuits faster than we normally would. The reason why they were slower before is because you want to allow fuses that are downstream to operate to help you pinpoint where the outage is, the location of the outage. So there's advantages and disadvantages to doing this very quickly. And now during fire season, we prioritize the quickness and not the reliability, which is a quicker response to put everything back into service. And that's why you will see more prolonged outages during fire season. But we're keeping the community safer by doing so.
Good. Thank you. All right. Resume. We can resume. Yep.
So, and when those trip and they remain open, we have to go and patrol the lines to make sure that there was no infrastructure damaged. So once we have those more sensitive settings, we actually send people, linemen will go and patrol all the lines to make sure that whatever caused the trip isn't down wire or something that could cause an ignition if we were to re-energize. So on this image, this slide shows, this was at PG&E's test yard in San Ramon. And on the right is the non-fire settings, and you can see when a branch is dropped on energized lines, it creates a large arc flash. On the left-hand side is when the fire season settings are enabled, and you can see that there's little to no energy release when we have the settings changed to the fire season settings. So next, our next proactive measure is actually our public safety outage management. And our PSOM program is how we look at different pre-identified areas, predetermined de-energization zones, PDZs, and within those PDZs, we look at all of the conditions. We look at what the wind forecast is, what the relative humidity is, what the fuel conditions are, how dry they are, what the energy release would be with those fuels, what the conditions of our lines are in that area. There's a bunch of different considerations that we take into account when we are making these decisions. It's not just wind. There are a lot of other things. Wind is normally the most obvious factor that people can see, but we could have a PSOM event a week apart from each other and the winds could be differently, but relative humidity changes, fuel moisture changes. So all of those things are taken into account every time we're looking at making a PSOM.
What?
Up there you can see since 2020, all of the PSOMs that we've done for a year. Last year we had the most and the largest. And that was in November, and I believe Genoa was part of that one as well. When debris makes contact with the equipment, it creates sparks, and that can quickly lead to a fire, and fire in dry, windy conditions can spread really quickly before communities are able to get resources to the area. So our best way to really reduce the chances of having an ignition is when we see that the risk is too high to deliver energy safely, we'll turn the power off in that area until those conditions improve, and then we'll patrol the lines, make sure that there was no damage to our infrastructure during, and then once we know that it's safe to re-energize, we'll re-energize the customers.
We're going to have questions on PSOMs.
Okay.
You
You
want
want
to
to go
finish?
now, or would you like to?
Why don't you, it looks like this is still PSOM, so
Yes.
before you leave PSOMs, give us a chance to.
Copy. Okay, so our PSOM communication, we'll do an internal, when we start seeing weather about a week out, we start going, okay, we need to start monitoring this. We do an internal monitoring where our meteorologists are really looking at the weather more frequently. Every 12 hours when they get the weather update, they're analyzing what conditions have changed for the days ahead of concern, the window and area of concern. 2 to 3 days out, if we're still seeing a concern, we'll issue a PSOM watch. And then 24 hours prior to when we would be de-energizing, we'll issue a PSOM warning. The one caveat to that is forecast dependent. So sometimes we have forecasting change, specifically on that November one where Genoa was affected. Everyone thought it was going to be this massive atmospheric river and we were going to get a bunch of snow and rain, and we got the wind and no precipitation. So it was 18 hours before the wind was supposed to arrive that it changed, where all the precipitation just disappeared out of the forecast. So in those periods where the weather changes and we don't have that time window to give you, we give you the best that we can. Is as soon as we see a concern, we'll push the communication out. That communication is sent out through customers via their My account, which they can sign up for on NV Energy. It allows you to elect what type of notifications that you would receive. You can get an automated call, a text message, or an email. The updated information that we provide is estimated time of restoration, customer resource centers. We also work with Douglas County, Kara and Tanner, with sharing information back and forth. We'll share PIO messages, so that way our message is getting on your guys' social media, and your guys' message are going out to our customers, so that if there is an issue in the area and you have large animal shelters, I know something that happened during the Connor fire, we help share that information through our channels during an active event. So this is normally a video, and I'll kind of describe what the video is. These were taken in the LA area on the night of the Palisades fire, and it shows really strong winds, and you can see kind of an arc flash in the picture on the left. It just shows the branches and everything moving around and bumping into the lines and a bunch of sparking. And really for here, that would cause significant issues for us. If we left that in and we had things hitting the branches and everything in our environment, in our arid climate, that would cause us a bad day. So that's why we PSOM, is we know the conditions are bad. We know that they're lining up for us to have a potential ignition. So that's when we'll make that decision to PSOM and isolate the power. And that's the end of PSOM.
Commissioner Gardner.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for coming today and making this presentation. I know that you really don't fall within our jurisdiction, and so you have no obligation, so to speak, other than to our public who buys your product. We do have a very vulnerable population here in Douglas County, as you probably suspect, that are on a lot of home electrical devices to maintain their life support systems. So once again, I appreciate that. This system, this PSOM system, and I did sign up in my account with NV Energy, so I do get text messages from time to time. I got one, I believe it was Sunday before last, maybe it was Saturday, indicating that there was a power outage indicated in my area. I live in Topaz Ranch Estates. We get our power over Jack's Wright Pass, right? So from Smith Valley. But that's that's very important, and I don't want to underemphasize the importance of that. Maybe you can go back to that one slide. Right there, update contact information in my account. I don't know that enough of our residents understand that process. Maybe some more public outreach could occur within our county to let our residents know that they can get those kind of notices on their cell phones, on their devices, so that they know when there is a planned outage and can prepare for that. I think that's critically important to ours, so they can react to it properly rather than have it go down and then get a message saying, it's out. Yeah. Oh, yeah, well, I knew it was out, okay. My question is not that it's out. My question is, when can I expect power again? And I know a lot of our residents have actually installed backup generators at their houses, which is good, okay, in my estimation. Doesn't necessarily benefit you folks, but, it certainly helps them in, once again, life support systems when it goes out. So anyways, I think that's important that we make sure, and that's the reason we really asked you to come before us to give yourself some more visibility within our community and let our customers, our residents know that we are watching out and want to help them in these, especially as we go into the hotter seasons of this, so thank you.
I just had one question. There's been a lot of power outages in our neighborhood near the ranchos, and I've had a lot of people question why. Is this the reason why, or is there some other reasons, or is there a combination of reasons?
It could be a combination of reasons. When Zaina has some more information on the specific outages that have happened kind of in this area, there was an outage this past weekend from the Connor fire where we turned off the power because there was an active fire in the area. I'll actually talk about our emergency de-energization program next. And there have been PSOMs. I think a couple weeks ago, Genoa area had a PSOM warning. So it's potential. I would have to know the date and everything like that. But yes, it could have been a PSOM. It could have been an emergency de-energization. But there also have been those outages.
It hasn't been just one. There's been numerous ones.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at.
Yes, I'm going to be addressing those.
Go ahead.
I also have questions about this. It seems that we went many years with almost no power outages, and now we're seeing many more. And so I have two questions in that regard. One is, what are you doing to create, you talked about hardening. What are you doing long-term to create systems that are not so vulnerable to wind?
Yes, so that's what I'm going to go into when I discuss all the recent power outages that you've been experiencing in your area. We're doing a lot of things, right? So we have new substations that are going to be built. We also have the addition of new transformers in existing substations, new circuits that we're building. So all of that will improve reliability as well as add capacity to the area. But in addition, we're adding technology to improve beyond just the fire, right? Just because reliability and fire can contradict each other a little bit. So in order to be safe and not be the cause of a fire, you do have to shut the power off, so that hinders reliability. But we also understand the importance, right? Our nature as a power company is to want to keep the lights on. And that's always been our mission and continues to be, but now we have this added challenge with the fire season, right? So we did have a number of outages that were unrelated to fire season, and I'm going to go over those and explain what we're doing.
Okay. I guess my second point, and thank you for that, so I'll look forward later to more info on that. My second point might be, if this is the new norm, what are you doing to tell vulnerable people, get yourselves together, because there's going to be more outages.
So, Commissioner Gardner, you brought up a couple of good points that I would like to go back to. The first one is that the community outreach piece, and we've identified that our community outreach as needs to be improved because the feedback we're getting is people just don't know. So we've made an effort this year to try and come to as many community presentations and meetings that we have. I've actually even told Kara and Tanner that if they invite us, I'll make sure someone's there. I might not be available, but we'll have someone. So yes, that piece is important, and that is something that we've identified. So if you do have upcoming preparedness events for your communities, feel free to reach out to me, and we'll make sure someone is there for that. The other piece that you touched on was that vulnerable community, and you, Commissioner Hales, also talked about that. So we do have a program in place to take care of those individuals, to give them a little bit better customer service because of their vulnerability. So it's called the Green Cross Customer Program. And our Green Cross Customer Program is for those people who have durable medical equipment needs. And what we ask them to do is self-identify. They need to take a form and fill it out with a doctor, and then they bring it back to us. And once they're identified as a Green Cross customer, they'll actually receive physical phone calls from NV Energy employees to make sure that they are taken care of and not vulnerable. So they actually get physical phone calls, not the automated ones. One of our after-action items from the Davis fire was actually that the county health districts and the Green Cross customer program lists were vastly different. So we came up with an effort that, and recently the Quad County Coalitions, which falls under you, Commissioner Gardner, has signed on to that, and it's turned into kind of a statewide effort where they're gonna send out Green Cross customer mailers with the county information so that they can sign up for both plans, or both programs, because the last thing we wanna do is have someone in that vulnerable possibility get missed.
I would like to add that we're getting in front of the public more. So in terms of just showcasing all of our programs and getting that word out, improving how far in advance we communicate with customers, we understand the disruption and how beneficial it is to know as far ahead of time as you can possibly know that there could be an outage for people to be able to prepare. We're also more in social media, right? We're more out there. Our app is getting better. And we truly want to improve how we communicate. So very interested in hearing your feedback on how we can further improve our communication. And for those more vulnerable communities, maybe they're not on social media, and would love to partner with you to increase that effort.
I'm very pleased to hear about this. I also think not just, our vulnerable population needs not just better notice, but perhaps some support and preparation. Do you have a generator? Here's where you could buy a generator. Do you have a battery backup for your oxygen? Here's where you could get that. And I'm not sure if it would be you or the county or both working together, but it would, because notice is only so helpful if you're vulnerable. You also need to have your own system in place so that when these happen, they have the security of knowing they can take care of their needs.
Yeah, they need to be prepared. And when we do speak to I have a whole talk about preparedness starts at the individual level. You have to look at your situation and assess your needs. And then it goes to your neighbor level. You need to help your neighbor look at their needs and assess their needs. And now your street is, now your block, now your whole community. So resiliency really does start at that individual level, making the decision to be prepared. Because of our system settings, because of the proactive outages, and because of our emergency de-energizations, we're going to have more power outages. It's going to happen. It's going to safeguard our community so that we aren't making news lines like some of the other communities that have had these catastrophic fires. But because of that, those outages, will increase. So that preparedness piece is big. It's huge, and that's why we've been increasing our community outreach and going to all of these meetings, because we want people to be prepared. Last thing I want to hear is, well, I didn't know you were going to shut my power off. Even though we've been communicating for 2 to 3 days, we've got a break in the system. They didn't know, they aren't signed up for alerts. That means we have to be getting out in the community more and spreading our word. So
does your talk have those kinds of details that I mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you presented that in Douglas?
Yes, ma'am. We presented it in March at the Douglas County Community Center, and then again up in at the Kale Center, I believe in April.
So maybe leave us some cards. We'll share them with our service clubs. We'll share them with our different organizations that you can.
I've shared that with your guys' emergency management department, but I can get them to you as well.
That'd be great.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I do think there's more we can do along those lines, so I've taken some notes, because there is more, right, that we can do on this front. To your point, not just notifying that there's going to be an outage, but helping them, buy generators or whatever else they need to do for their safety.
All right, so I'll go into our last proactive measure that we use to mitigate the fire risk. So we talked about our system settings and we talked about our proactive de-energizations. The last one is our emergency de-energization program. And so what that is when we have an active, uncontrolled, and unpredictable fire in our area near infrastructure, we will isolate that infrastructure so that we don't, so it doesn't damage the equipment as it comes through. It can cause secondary ignitions from sparks as the fire burns through the lines. So when we have, and this happened just this last weekend for the Connor fire. This isn't a new practice. Fire ICs have been asking us for decades to turn the power off to make sure that their responders are safe. It's just now we're doing it before asked to make sure that the community, in addition to the responders, are safe.
Quite frankly, I think it's important, we're not under, Nevada is not under a situation, mandatory evacuations are not within our law, okay, unless it's declared by the governor, okay? And so when we have an emergency of this nature, such as Connor or previously Tamarack or others, this board had to meet in emergency management to declare a state of emergency and ask the governor to mandate evacuation versus volunteer evacuation. However, I'm not sure that our people that are going door to door, whether it be search and rescue or our sheriff's department or the fire department, when they go to door and say there's an anticipated evacuation, volunteer evacuation in this area, I think we maybe, and that maybe that's something we need to do, is have them give out that one additional piece of information. No, you're not required. It's not a mandatory evacuation, but NV Energy is going to shut down the power, okay? And so you can choose to stay here, but also your life support systems, your power are leaving also for safety reasons. And so maybe but that further identification of what they're going to be losing if they don't evacuate, in a volunteer manner, might spur them to take action in that regard rather than stick it out, right? So because our residents are very independent and they want to stick it out. I'm going to stick it out until I have to, it's almost like until they open the front door and the fire's right there, they don't want to evacuate. So so maybe we need to do a better job of communicating to our residents when that activity takes place.
So emergency de-energizations, they're not planned, right? Fires aren't planned. So they're like any other outage that's unexpected. You're going to have an outage, then we're going to look at it. What happens is we get a fire that's reported, our guys make a quick decision. They're going to err on the side of safety. Typically what that looks like is they're going to go to the quickest area that they can de-energize. So it will typically be a larger outage at first, and then they're going to go back in and look at what customers they can safely put back in power. And that's just for us to, again, time is of the essence, take the power out, we're going to go back and put power back in. One of the things that came out of the Davis fire as well was you guys use perimeter. We actually import perimeter's data for the area into our situational awareness tool. So as evacuation...
Just to pause, could you explain what that is?
So perimetermaps.com is the entire northern Nevada area is using the same, it's an evacuation mapping product. So they can put on their evacuation shelter locations, and that we have partnered with.
So it's an app.
It's a website.
It's a website.
It's a website. They have an app, but it's difficult to get to. It's the website. If you go to it, it will bring you right to the homepage.
Okay. It's a website. Thank you.
Yes, website. But so we partner with them, so we see that real data. So when they see it, we see when they change an evacuation status, we'll see that update on our situational awareness dashboard. And what we try and do is some of our after action learns from the Davis fire is when we were re-energizing, people were seeing their doorbell cameras come on and thinking it was time to come home before the evacuation orders were lifted. So now we definitely work hand in hand with the fire IC on when they want those areas that were evacuated to be re-energized.
With the Fire Incident Command.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody doesn't know the acronym.
Oh,
so
sorry.
just-
Sorry, my apologies. Yes, the fire incident commander. So we can do an emergency de-energization on any of our facilities. So whether it's generation, transmission, or distribution infrastructure, if there's a wildfire near and it's that uncontrolled and unpredictable, and that's again up to our rather experienced fire guys to make that assessment. I talked about we'll take it out at the substation, and the one thing that I will say is that we do reach out to you guys when that happens. Normally when I get her call, my first call is to Kara, your emergency manager, and I will give her a heads up. Normally we don't have a ton of information when they first happen, so it's just me reaching out and saying, hey, this is going on. There is a way in the plan for communities to ask us to re-energize, but it has to go all the way up to our CEO for approval. So if it is more of a hazard to the community to be de-energized, you guys do have a way to request us to put it back in, but the only person that can approve it is our CEO. That's all I had. I'm going to go ahead and let over.
Okay, I'll stay here. Yeah. All right, so I wanted to discuss, address your specific concerns on the outages that you've been experiencing. As you said before, you haven't experienced this many outages as you have in more recent years, and specifically this year more so than other years.
Would you just pull that mic an inch or two closer to you?
Yes.
Thank you.
So these outages that are listed up here, so there's a variety of different reasons for these outages. We discussed the PSOMs, we discussed the fact that we have these seasonal fire settings that will cause lines to trip that maybe in the past would not have tripped, or if they would have, they wouldn't have taken out the entirety of the line. They may have taken out a small section of the line. So those are contributing to a certain amount, and that's not just in Douglas County, that's everywhere. I do want to add that even though we are accepting and seeing that due to fire risk, we're going to be experiencing more outages in the future, I don't see that as a forever thing. As we get better technology, as we update our systems, and there's more undergrounding, and the future state really should be a state, and this is far in advance, right? I can't predict when, but ideally you do want to be safe and reliable. So I don't want us to think that we're just going to accept, a lack of reliability forever. That being said, for your area specifically, and there's an outage up here that is not up here that occurred on March 5th. This was a very large one affecting 27,000 customers in your area, Douglas County, as well as another 25,000 in South Lake Tahoe that were Liberty's customers. That one was due to equipment failure in our substation. It's our Buckeye substation. This is a substation that the only way I can describe it in lay terms is it's basically a hub for many other substations in the area. So when something goes wrong, depending on where in that substation, it can affect multiple substations. So in this case, we had at least 5 other substations that were out because of this incident. And this is why we have been seeking to build a new substation and in Douglas County, and we did run into issues with permitting for the land, and so we've had to rescope it, and now it is going to be built in place. So in where Buckeye Substation is currently, we are rescoping that other substation that we plan to build. We're rescoping it to be at Buckeye. So design is starting next year, and we do hope to have it in service by 2029. That's going to reduce a number of the bigger types of outages that you've experienced this year. Because as you can see from this slide, there were a few that were due to birds, and they were at this specific substation. And whenever that happens, you have a large number of customers out for several hours. So our goal is always to provide reliable energy, and we truly find these outages, these large ones, unacceptable. They were due to birds, a large number of them, at least 3 were due to birds in that substation, and we've taken actions to ensure that this does not happen again. So on, let's see, you have them listed on this slide, but on June, was it the June? Let's see. Yes, on June 2nd, we were able to remove the bird's nest from the substation. And again, this is not as simple as you would think. We have to go through the environmental agencies and make sure that we do it properly. And we added a bird buffer animal deterrent system back on June 5th. Then we had another one on June 8th, and we did order an even, more robust bird deterrent system. It's a laser system called TransGuard. Again, this was new technology that we vetted through other utilities. It's worked well for other utilities. We're hoping it will for us as well. It's on order right now for the Buckeye substation. So we're definitely taking actions today, not just waiting for the rebuild of this substation. And we hope that you're not going to experience any more of these, definitely not due to birds. Let's see. And in general, because of the fire prevention efforts and because of the actual fires and our proactive de-energizations, you're going to be seeing more outages, but you really shouldn't be seeing, this is more than you should be experiencing. This is exacerbating the issue. So I think some communities have seen some outages due to our fire mitigation efforts, but your community has seen that plus some of these additional ones that obviously we find unacceptable and are doing everything we can to not have them happen again.
I do have some questions on the Buckeye
Yes,
substation. You said it will be rescoped?
it had to be rescoped because we couldn't build a new substation. We had to build it in place. We were only allowed to build in place. We ran into difficulties with Douglas County. The land. It does require a lot of land, so
It does?
yes, these substations.
So what will the rescoped, revised Buckeye substation be in comparison to the one there now?
So I don't have all of the details. I know that it's been rescoped. It's going to be a more reliable substation with the capacity to add additional, capacity, basically, load.
Will it be larger in footprint and taller?
No, so that, we're obviously working with Douglas County to ensure that we follow whatever rules and regulations they've asked us. So right now it's in place and we're not adding much more, I think. Or whatever we are adding, we're going through the permitting process right now with them.
Okay.
It might be a few more easements that are required for this new substation. Or
County
for the
manager.
rebuild. We call it a substation rebuild because it's really not a new substation.
County Manager Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. It is my understanding that alternative locations for this substation were explored with county staff, and county staff expressed concerns regarding the compatibility with adjacent neighborhoods where the existing location on Buckeye has already been determined compatible and an acceptable location. So there was concerns by county staff that the findings could be met related to neighborhood compatibility, and already many neighbors for the alternative site had expressed some concerns. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I don't want to leave it hanging that maybe our team was being difficult. I don't think that's what your implication was. I think we had concerns about neighborhood compatibility and fit for the alternative location.
Yes, definitely. My intent is not to make you appear difficult. It's just the realities of having to find the parcel of land and all the issues that we ran into. So they were difficulties for us. It doesn't mean you were difficult.
So,
And if I could jump in too, I don't know if. But
Yes,
that
Commissioner
that
Tolbert
location-
and then Commissioner Gardner.
Yeah, that the other location, it was so close to the existing one as well. So doubling that footprint on a neighborhood that's already dealing with those overhead power lines running right through there. So I'm very happy to hear that that this has been moved back to the other location. So we really appreciate your guys' flexibility with that. I think this is going to be much better for everybody involved in the end, and have very little impact on the residents that are adjacent. So thank you for that.
The questions that get raised is regarding whether or not our community, Douglas County, has reached the maximum capacity of transmission by NV Energy. So that, I guess that's a question our community has. I know we're damned if we do and damned if we don't, okay? We understand that we have to have the power necessary to have energy to our residences. At the same point in time, the residences don't want it in their backyard, and so we struggle with that balancing act, and I'm sure you do as well. Have we reached maximum capacity? That's a question. I know, you get the social media outbursts from residents when you have as many outages as we've had recently, claiming that it's because of overconstruction within Douglas County, even though our construction numbers have been very, very low, actually, comparatively. I don't know that new construction is affecting it, but maybe you can answer those types of questions. The other process is that we have an industrial area, Meridian Industrial Park, out on Hayborn and at Airport Road and Meridian, and I know that we have individuals, customers, corporations that want to bring additional business into our community in that area, and are experiencing or at least telling us that we don't have the electrical capacity in that area to create that business. So can you address those questions?
Yes, absolutely. So none of the outages that you've experienced were due to new construction. I can assure you of that. And we also we have not reached maximum capacity. Now, depending on where the project is located, you may have to build new lines, or you may have to serve out of a new transformer. But to us, that does not mean we don't have the capacity. It just means we have to maybe build additional infrastructure. But there are no capacity constraints in terms of reaching maximum capacity or not being able to serve new load in this area. The Meridian area, I have not studied that one per se, so I took this job in January of 2025. So I'm not privy to the details. However, I don't see, I was the Carson, Minden, Tahoe, Yerington engineer for many years. And I've always understood that we are able to bring in the capacity that we need for any project in this area. It just might be more costly or take more time.
That's good to know. And we may want to make sure that our Chamber of Commerce people, our NNDA people know who to talk to, because this is a little bit inconsistent with some of the information that we had previously received. Isn't that? Yeah. Yes. So this is good. So glad you're here. Thank you. I guess before you end, I do want to ask about, and you can fit this in wherever, how do you determine which places get to go underground?
I don't have the criteria in front of me, but right now for fire reasons, we definitely are looking at whether you're located in a high fire risk area, and that will prioritize undergrounding. Also looking at how difficult it could be to underground and costly, right? So if we have to blast rock, it's going to be harder to underground. It might be more feasible to go overhead and cover the conductor. We do have the capability now to cover that bare wire with a material that, essentially is covering the conductor, so it's no longer bare. So if something does fly into the line, it won't cause a spark and potentially start a fire. We have criteria for undergrounding, and we also have certain ordinances that force us to underground as well.
So if we passed an ordinance that said all new lines must be underground, would that,
Possibly, yes. I think so.
okay. I think in particular in the Tahoe Basin, I would think that would be a very high priority.
Yes, and the Tahoe Basin also happens to be where we have the most granite, and that makes it sometimes more difficult. And you have to kill trees, and the permitting and the environmental aspects of that also play into this issue of undergrounding. It's a lot more costly, of course.
Thank you.
I need to ask a specific question, and we're going to go to public comment, right? We're going to allow public comment on this, so I may have questions after public comment, which is, I appreciate you being here to allow that to occur as well. I did want to indicate, we were up at Kale yesterday, Kale's Drive, and we really appreciate the involvement that NV Energy is bringing to that project and taking all of that underground. That very unsightly, as you probably realize and know. So we appreciate what you're doing up there. I have a resident, or actually a business, that feels like he needs additional lighting out near his business. So I'm going to get very specific here because when I talk to the individual, he says that there's an ability to install kind of street light systems on NV Energy poles in that area at a cost that he would pay on a monthly basis to NV Energy. I don't know if that's true or not. I have never explored that, but he said that when he talked to NV Energy, they were saying that they had to get approval from the Board of Commissioners as well. So are you familiar with that? It's the Best Western Hotel off down at Topaz Lake. Are you familiar with that issue at all? Maybe we can talk offline
I'm
about
not,
that.
but I know, we have a team that would be able to answer that question. Generally, we don't like things on our poles because there are poles and we have to maintain them, and for many reasons. But yes, this would be one that I would go to our group of experts and discuss with them.
We can talk offline on
Yes.
that then. Okay, so.
You've been so patient with our interruptions. Did you have more presentation?
I think I just had another slide mainly on estimated time of restoration. We're trying to get better. We survey our customers annually. We like talking to our customers and listening to them. We get feedback following every outage. We read them. I personally read them. And sometimes I might respond to certain ones, right? I can't respond to all of them. There's hundreds of them. But we do have people looking at them and listening to what our customers want. And so we understand that we want to improve our ability to estimate restoration times and also our outage causes. Because a lot of times we default to equipment failure, and that can be very frustrating to customers when you just hear equipment failure or no cause found.
We don't want much. Basically, all we want is reliable electricity that we can't see and that never fails. So,
Yes, I understand.
And doesn't start any fires.
and doesn't start any fires.
Yes.
Oh, thank you for laughing.
Yes.
Any other questions by commissioners? Let me go
Yes, please.
first. Commissioner Tolbert or Rice, do you have questions, or
I do.
go ahead?
Okay, so first I wanted to thank you guys for the response time this last weekend, how quickly you're able to re-energize once the threat was reduced out to the Fish Springs residents, because I had several calls about that, and then I got the update, boom, that you guys were re-energizing. So that was great. And then I'm happy to hear your update about the Buckeye and Stockyard Road locations. That was going to be a question that I was going to ask about that, but you've already resolved that. So now I'm going to shift gears on you. We had a topic a couple of months ago or a month ago or so about cell phone towers. And there's a question that should a cell phone tower catch fire because of whatever, it's electrical, that the power they would have to wait for the power company to shut power down on that. And my construction experience tells me that there's going to be a shut off at the site. But can you give us information on that? Would the fire department literally have to stand at a cell phone tower and wait for you to turn the power off to that tower site before they can put the fire out?
Could you clarify the question for me? Sorry, I missed a little bit of it.
So when we had a potential hazard of a cell phone tower would be that if they caught fire, the fire department could not put that fire out until the power company came and turned the power off to that site. And like I said, my construction experience tells me that there's typically a emergency shutoff at the site of something like that, and they would not have to wait for you. Is that something you can confirm?
So if there was an emergency shutoff, it would be owned by the cell phone tower company. There might be one, I don't know. But I do understand that typically the fire department doesn't like touching anything. When there's a fire on our infrastructure, they do wait for us to shut the power off before they get on it. So I know that to be true for our poles, but cell phone towers are not ours, so I can't speak to their ability to shut off.
Okay. And then my second one, there's a lot of demand now and push for electrical vehicles. So in general terms, what effect is car charging having on your industry and your demand? Specifically between 5 and 6 p.m. when people are getting home, they typically fire up their clothes washers and dryers and their ovens for dinner. And now many are going to be plugging in their vehicles to increase the demand at that time. So what does this do to the demand on your grid, and what do you expect to happen in the future? Or if you could just maybe elaborate on that specific draw at that time.
Yeah, so I'm not the right vice president to really tell you how it's impacting us at the moment, but what I can say is we logically feel it's better if you charge your EVs during the day, because number one, you have solar during the day, so it is better that way. But also for that exact reason that you're saying, after 5, 6 p.m., everybody's home, and so you're turning all the other load on, and so to add your EV vehicle charging at that time would be quite a bit of an additional load at that time when precisely you have less solar, you have less, geothermal actually improves when it's cooler. But you have less renewables, and we're having to, burn more natural gas. And so it makes sense to really encourage the charging of EVs during the day at parking, locations, wherever you park at work or at a grocery store, wherever you may be. That would be something that, obviously I think we would want to incentivize if we're not doing so already in the future to help with this issue.
So are you saying it's an issue?
I'm not saying, I don't know that it's currently an issue, because I think we possibly overestimated how many EVs we would have in circulation, but yes, it was an issue that we foresaw, and I don't know right now if we're experiencing it or not. I can't tell you. I know we're experiencing additional load, but I can't tell you, it's the EVs are culpable or something else.
Right. So it's probably something that's in a higher urban areas, like bigger cities. I'm guessing that's probably a bigger issue than it is specifically for us.
Yes, probably.
In general terms, I just wanted to know if that was
yes,
where we are with that, because it seems like it could potentially make a huge draw, and I don't know what that does to your system when all of a sudden there's a big, suck of juice on your grid like that.
Yes, and you're correct. And the thing is, we monitor our system, and we are adding supply, right? As we see the increase, we're forecasting additional increase, and this is why, we planned additional generation, and we have our Green Link transmission line project that is currently in the works, and all of that is to mitigate that. However, yes, it's something that we are cognizant of, specifically, the need for just, trying to level set that load distribution throughout the day is definitely ideal, so you don't have to overbuild infrastructure just for those few hours. I wanted to add that I'm the Vice President of Electric Delivery Operations, and so I am not privy to all of this data and information. Some of your line of questioning really would be better suited for another Vice President for another area.
Oh, no, that's great. I appreciate you being so candid. And yeah, no, that's all I had. And thank you for being here.
Yes, you're welcome.
Commissioner Rice, do you have any questions?
I have no questions. I do have a comment that I am delighted with the service that we get here at the lake. I know that they promised us to turn off the energy in Glenbrook, and I don't know if that happened or not, because I don't live in Glenbrook. Whatever, that I can't afford Glenbrook, but I do greatly enjoy where I do live. And I know that our service here has been outstanding. I do know that whenever there's a energy blackout, I get a email on my cell phone, and they tell me when they expect it to go back on, and lo and behold, it usually goes back on before they said it would. So I have no complaints, and thank you for asking.
Thank you.
So this is listed as a for possible action, and we wanted to, not that we're not going to take any action, but we wanted to be able to have public comment, which I appreciate that you said you like getting.
Yes.
So we'll turn to public comment, but if you could stay up here, because there may be things that you may want to address after we have public comment.
Yes.
All right. With that, we'll open it to any public comment on this agenda item. Mr. McCallum, welcome.
James McCallum for the record. I recently added a Generac generator because of particularly because of my wife's needs. And I was just wondering, and maybe you covered it because I was a little late, but programs that would help people pay for a generator who have health issues. Depending on your age of the house, sometimes it's not the cost of the generator, it's the cost of the electrician. I went from 1 electrical panel to 3. And the electrician practically lived at my house for like a week and a half, which is expensive. So programs like that would help people who have financial need and need these devices would be great, whether that could be done through your company or some partnership. That would be outstanding. Thank you.
That's a good point. Is there any other public comment? Yes, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Paul Felton, and I was listening with interest to Commissioner Rice's comment about Glenbrook. I'm embarrassed to tell you I live in Glenbrook. But I do want to take the opportunity on behalf of an entity called Glenbrook Underground, which has taken the initiative of partnering with NV Energy to bury all the utilities in Glenbrook, and it's now a 5-year, about $15 million project, and the experience of Glenbrook Underground with NV Energy has been outstanding, and your professionalism and collaborative spirit have been extremely appreciated. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I have one.
Yes. Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you. Has NV Energy ever thought about revising its net metering credit rates under NMR 405? Currently, I think it's 75/25. That might, if the net credit was increased, that might induce people to install batteries or to become self-sufficient to a certain extent, as some of the commissioners have indicated.
So I'm going to take this back to the net metering group, definitely to look at.
So to interpret for the public, I think the question was, do you want to say it in lay terms?
Sure. That's very specific, very, very lawyerly. Nevada Energy allows net metering, which allows, you can provide energy to NV Energy if you have solar generation. Also, if you have batteries, either way. But right now, you get charged fully if you take energy from NV Energy, but they only give you, depends on which rate, because over the years it's changed. But the current credit, I believe, is 75%. So they charge you, a full dollar for energy, but they only give you 75 cents if you give it to the system. The idea is that it's called net metering because you give them energy and they credit you, and then we use it, and it helps with like peak load demand, and also for customers who need to ensure power, like if they have health issues, things like that. It's an alternative to like diesel or gas generators. It allows people to use NV Energy is basically a big backup, but also NV Energy benefits from a lot of additional capacity. Was that clear
Yes,
enough?
that's helpful. Thank you. And thank you
Yes.
for your response. Any other public comment? All right, with that, we will close public comment. Commissioner Tarkanian.
I just had a question for Wes. Has your neighborhood thought about collaborating with Nevada Energy like Lembrook?
Actually,
Laugh, it was a joke.
we're undergrounding as we speak in the.
All right. Do you have anything else you'd like to say?
I really appreciate this opportunity to speak with you. Thank you for having us.
Well, I also appreciate you and all your team being here, and I feel like there's been a really good discussion, and we're going to have a 5-minute break. I would like to get contact info for, I guess, Mr. Hill, Mr. Hill, you do the presentations for preparation. So I want to make sure I have your contact info, and I want to make sure I have the contact for who does business development. I know the NNDA works with you closely, but I want to make sure that we can directly have our businesses contact you, and we can help smooth their path on that. So
Yeah, that sounds great. I
Okay.
really do look forward to collaborating more with you in every way that you deem is appropriate to improve our service.
excellent, really great presentation. I learned a lot. It was very helpful. So thank you very much. We will break now and reconvene at 11:20. we will reconvene. It is a few minutes past when we were going to reconvene. A lot of talking here in the chambers, but we. All right, we're going to begin now. I'm looking at the agenda and I see we have the some swim pool and splash pad agenda items, and then we have the Arts Council agenda item. And I see that Mr. Wadley just entered the room. So let's see. Trying to figure out which agenda item that's for. Okay, indigent defense. Okay, that's what I thought it probably was. So I expect that we should probably be able to get through agenda item 10, and then we will break for lunch, unless things go a lot longer than I expect. But right now the plan will be to break after agenda item 10 for lunch. All right, thank you. We are at agenda item 9.1 for possible action, discussion to approve amendment number 1 to an existing interlocal agreement between Douglas County and the East Fork Swimming Pool District, whereby the pool district agrees to provide up to $100,000 in funding to construct a splash pad at the Topaz Ranch Estates Community Center Park. Brooke 80, Community Services Director, welcome, and Ryan Stanton, the Parks Deputy Director.
Community Services Deputy Director. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Glad you're here.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ryan Stanton, for the record, Community Services Deputy Director, here to present the amended interlocal agreement with the East Fork Swim District. So back in November, I believe, of 2023, interlocal agreement was before this board allocating $50,000 from the East Fork Swim District to this project. At this time, this project was in its infancy stage. Some of the costs were unknown as far as the splash pad and different infrastructure that needed to be brought into the site. After working with Great Western Recreation on proposals and NV Energy on their proposal, because we do need to bring in additional electrical infrastructure, the cost came in a little bit higher than what we were expecting. Myself and Director Brooke 80 visited with the East Fork Swim District, Shannon Harris, their director, and her board members about a month and a half ago, updating on the project. And at that time, their board decided that they wanted to allocate an additional $50,000 to this project for a total of $100,000 contributing to this project, and being partners with Douglas County Community Services and servicing our South County folks. There are about, we were just looking at the census data this morning, there's about 1,600 kids in the Wellington TRE area, which is about 17% of the population. Any questions? And we have Shannon Harris and her board members in the back.
I thought there was going to be more presentation, but you don't have to.
So this is, I would just put this up. I do have a presentation on the next agenda item.
Okay.
I was just going to ask, 17% of the children population, not the entire population.
Correct.
Okay.
Are there any questions by the board?
So I have a question, a couple of questions, actually, Madam Chair. So it says up to. Are those proper words?
Brooke 80
I thought it was
Community,
going to be 100,000.
Brooke 80 Community Services Director. The agreement that we have with the East Fork Swim Pool District is that their funds will be utilized after the funds have been exhausted from the county. So their funds will be up to $100,000 depending on what the final cost is.
Okay. And these are not general funds. These are...
They are room tax dollars.
Room tax dollars.
Yes. And we
Okay,
are using
which
a
are
little
very-
bit of South
very
County
restricted
residential
funds,
construction
right?
tax. Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
restricted funds, okay? So because people say, well, you say that you don't have any money in the general fund, and I said, this is not the general fund, okay, folks? And there was a question about upkeep and maintenance after the installation. So is there any responsibility on the GID for that, or is it strictly a Parks and Rec process?
100% GID. No, just joking. So our park staff, will be managing that facility and doing all the upkeep and maintenance. And we do plan on sending some of our park staff through a program with the East Fork Swim District as far as training and all the correct certifications to correctly run that facility.
Brick 80 Community Services Director, they will all become pool operators through the Carson Valley Swim Centers program that they have. So our park rangers, yes.
I mean, every comment that when I mentioned previously the 50,000 to, I try to go out to the senior center down there at least once a month to have lunch with them. And when we talked about this, they thought that was a great amenity that could be added to the community out there. So I know that they're looking forward to this. But and water is recycled and all of that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How is this project conceptualized? Very similar to what Minden has done recently, or?
I would say it's a hybrid between the Minden splash pad at the gazebo and the new Ironwood Park splash pad.
I'm going to interrupt and read into the record the next agenda item because.
I think that's what.
Yes. Agenda item 9.2 for possible action, discussion to 1, approve a joinder contract through Omnia Partners Public Sector, a cooperative purchasing organization between Douglas County Community Services and Game Time, CO Great Western Recreation in the amount of $506,055.14 for the equipment and installation of a splash pad at Topaz Ranch Estates Community Park, and authorize the Community Services Director to authorize change orders up to 10% and sign all related contract documents. 2, approve a contract between Douglas County Community Services and Nevada Energy in the amount of $32,498 for the installation of additional electrical infrastructure for the construction of the splash pad, and authorize the Community Service Director to sign all related contract documents. 3, approve a budget transfer in the room tax fund in account 234-806-562.000, utilizing funds in the Highway 88 widening project number 25 PO7 in the amount of $175,000, and funds in the pickleball complex project 23 PO1 in the amount of $8,774.58. So now we are properly able to discuss a broader range, so continue.
My hand is red, so it's missed. Anyways,
Did you have more
sometimes
questions?
okay, so I was combining the two items.
Were you-
Excuse me, I'm fine.
Okay.
I've asked all my
All right,
questions.
then.
Thank you.
I believe, let's move forward this way. Let's have you go ahead and make your presentation, and then we'll take public comment take any commissioner questions and then public comment on both agenda items, and then we'll take action.
Okay, very good. So again, the item before the interlocal agreement segues right into this presentation, the Topaz Ranch Estates splash pad project. Next slide. This is a project that was prioritized by our Parks and Rec Advisory Board and approved in the CIP plan, capital improvement plan in fiscal year 23-24. It meets a community focus initiative by enhancing recreational amenities, meets a strategic plan goal, improves the TRE community park. And this project's funded by room tax, RCT, which is residential construction tax in South County, and the gracious funds from the East Fork Swimming Pool District. On the TV that you guys are looking at, this is the proposed conceptual of what the splash pad will look like So again, to Mrs. Hale's question of what it was going to look like, that is the conceptual, and there's a couple of above ground amenities. There's a little water canyon, a flower and a butterfly that shoot water out, and everything else is shooting out from below the concrete surface. The green structure on the right-hand side is the actuator, so they'll run up to that. That'll turn on the system and go for the time that it's set. The manufacturer of this is AquaWorks. AquaWorks works directly with Great Western Recreation for the equipment and actually the install. And I do want to add also that Town of Minden worked with Great Western Recreation and AquaWorks on their splash pad in Ironwood. So we're happy with the conceptual, and this is what it's going to look like on site. Again, another overhead and a conceptual of that facility. And so where this is located, you'll see, I believe it's on the next slide, yeah. So the existing facility, the community center, is kind of on the middle of your screen on the lower side, or on the bottom side. And then playground is up to the top of the screen. The proposed splash pad is in the turf area between the playground and the baseball field. You can see Brooke has her cursor. So again, the actual white section of that conceptual drawing there is actual splash pad, and then everything around it will be a concrete surfacing. And we also are enhancing ADA access to that splash pad from the parking lot and community center to the splash pad alongside the turf area and the existing basketball courts. We're utilizing Omnia Partners. This is a trusted ally and procurement process with access to a portfolio of contracts, spend visibility, analytics, and subject matter experts. Improves the process of identifying, evaluating, and procuring the need at the best value. We've utilized Omnia on several different projects that we've done in community services. A lot of playgrounds we've utilized this. And I want to mention that, like Sourcewell, I know a lot of folks have heard of Sourcewell. It's a cooperative purchasing agreement. Omnia is pretty much the same thing. So we're utilizing that for the purchase and installation of this splash pad. And again, wanted to thank the East Fork Swimming Pool District, again, in November 16th of 2023, allocating the $50,000 for the construction. And just recently allocating an additional $50,000, totaling $100,000 for this project. I can't say it enough. We really appreciate the relationship, and we look forward to the end result of this project, and inviting all you guys out to a groundbreaking ceremony in the East Fork Swimming Pool District. So again, wanted to thank the East Fork Swimming Pool District.
Thank you.
I think that's it. Any questions? And I did want to mention, Commissioner Gardner, last summer I did go out to the Topaz Ranch Estates General Improvement District meeting, just as a general update as to what the county and community services were doing. And I did update them on this project, and they were very excited.
Are there questions by Commissioner Tolbert or Rice?
None for
My only
me.
question is on that concrete surrounding, what's that going to do to the little feet? Is there any way of, will there be enough water to mitigate the heat that they get out there?
He's asking.
I couldn't hear him. Okay. So we do have plans in that concrete surround area to put future improvement to the site is probably a group pavilion area And there are some pretty well-established trees in that turf area that will not be torn out, which should create a decent amount of shade and cool temps for that concrete surface.
Thank you.
All right, turning to in chambers, are there any questions?
Just want to know why you're getting rid of the basketball court.
We're not getting rid of it.
I was told it was going to turn into a pickleball court instead. No, I understand. That's the big use now.
That is the proposal. As funds become available, we do plan to create a pickleball court on that existing asphalt area, but we do plan to keep a basketball hoop.
I'm too old to play anymore anyways, but the is off agenda item. I saw the design of the court, so I thought that I could talk about it, but if it's not part of the plans yet, I apologize.
All right, thank you. We will turn to public comment. Is there any public comment? Yes. We're taking public comment now on agenda items 9.1 and 9.2. Welcome.
My name is Dennis Flint. I live in TRE. Are any TRE, GIF, or GID funds ever going to be used on this?
Brook 80 Community Services Director. This is a project that is funded through the Community Services Department using room tax funds. There is no expectation for the GID to contribute in the maintenance or the any ongoing expenses for this project.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Good question. All right, is there any other public comment? I will close public comment then and turn to the board for motions.
Well, since this is in my district,
Commissioner Gardner.
I move for the approval of the amendment number 1 to an existing interlocal agreement between Douglas County and East Fork Swimming Pool District, whereby East Fork Swimming Pool District agrees to provide up to $100,000 in funding to construct a splash pad at the Topaz Ranch Estates Community Center Park, and 2, to approve a joinder contract through Omnia Partners Public Sector, a cooperative purchasing organization between Douglas County Community Services and Game Time CO Great Western Recreation, in the amount of $506,055.14 for the equipment and installation of the splash pad at Topaz Ranch Estates Community Park. Authorize Community Services Director to authorize change orders up to 10%, sign all related contract documents. 2, also approve a contract between Douglas County Community Services and Nevada Energy, in the amount of $32,498 for the installation of additional electrical infrastructure for the construction of the splash pad, and authorize the Community Service Director to sign all related contract documents, in addition to approving a budget transfer in the room tax fund in account 234-806-562.000, utilizing funds in the Highway 88 widening project number 2 of 25 P07, the amount of $175,000, and funds in the pickleball complex project number 23 P01 in the amount of $8,774.58 as presented.
I will second that.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Yes, thank you very much. Agenda item 9.3 for presentation only, ceremonial presentation of Proclamation 2025P-0661, recognizing the East Fork Swimming Pool District for its exemplary service to the citizens of Douglas County and its contributions to South Douglas County. It is my honor to read this proclamation. Recognizing the East Fork Swimming Pool District for its contributions to South Douglas County. Whereas the East Fork Swimming Pool District the district, was formed under NRS Chapter 318, and whereas on May 1st, 1989, the district opened the Carson Valley Swim Center. Serving the entire Carson Valley since its inception, the facility has steadily expanded in attendance, revenue, service hours, and program offerings. And as an aside, I just want to say that it opened a few months within our family moving to the Valley, and the swim center is an integral part of the childhoods of each of our children and a big part of our family's life. So, thank you. Whereas the Douglas County Community Services, Parks and Recreation, and East Fork Swimming Pool District are recognized as a leading organization for its services within the state of Nevada. Forgive me for another aside. I often see school buses from other districts parked at our swim center. And I have friends in Reno who drive down to use our swim center. So that statement is certainly true. Whereas Douglas County operates Topaz Ranch Estates Park in the south portion of the county, and whereas the residents of South Douglas County have expressed a desire for additional park enhancements, including a water play element, and whereas Douglas County approved a capital improvement project in fiscal year 2023-24, which included the installation of a splash pad water play feature at Topaz Ranch Estates Park, and whereas the East Fork Swimming Pool District Board of Trustees has expressed a commitment to expanding services to outlying areas of the district, and whereas the district and the county seek to collaborate to enhance the splash pad project, creating a more desirable facility for the residents of the area. And whereas the district recently approved additional funding, increasing their financial commitment to $100,000 in support of the Topaz Ranch Estates Park Splash Pad project. Now therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners that the East Fork Swimming Pool District is making a significant contribution to the quality of life for Carson Valley residents through its partnership with Douglas County on the Topaz Ranch Estates Park Splash Pad project. Thank you. We'd like to ask Brooke Adey to comment, and then if any of the swim folks, swim board, or Director Shannon Harris would like to say anything, we welcome that as well.
Thank you. Brooke Adey, Community Services Director. The Carson Valley Swim Center has a very warm place in my heart. I was on swim team all through middle school and high school, and Shannon and I were actually lifeguards together 30 years ago. I lifeguarded all through college and all through high school there, and so it brings me a great pleasure and honor to be able to partner with her and this amazing facility and really expand opportunities for kids to participate in water activities in South County who might not always get to come into the Valley to participate. And so thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for your additional contribution. We're so honored and happy to partner with you. So thank you.
I know you will. Hand me a microphone, I'll speak. Shannon Harris, Director of the Carson Valley Swim Center, for the record. I have been the director there going on 11 years. I've kind of come full circle. As Brooke said, we started out as teenagers working together. And I just wanted to say, first off, thank you to Douglas County for reaching out and allowing us this partnership and this opportunity. I grew up in this valley. This valley was very supportive to me as an athlete and as a kid growing into a young adult. And it really is important for me to be able to continue to give back to our community that was so gracious to me and my family growing up here. So I also want to really thank my board of trustees. I know I have 3 out of the 5 here currently. I respect their vision and their commitment to our community as well, and for entertaining this opportunity to partner with Brooke and Ryan and their team with community services. So I'm passionate about water, I'm passionate about play, and I'm very thankful that we're able to provide more resources to our South County, to our Topaz Ranch Estates area. We have identified a while ago, even through our strategic planning, that it is an underserved population when it comes to the East Fork Swimming Pool District. It's not always easy for those families to get up and drive, 20, 30 minutes away to our facility in Minden. So it's a pleasure to be able to go down to them. So thank you all. We will continue. We're not operating it, but I want to let both Ryan and Brooke know that we will always be a resource to you. And we do look forward to training your employees. We do have a certified pool operator trainer on staff, and so we're able to support the county additionally through getting certified pool operators. So thank you.
From one great thing to another. Agenda item 9.4 for possible action, discussion to approve a contract for services between Douglas County and the Carson Valley Arts Council, CVAC, to manage and operate the Douglas County Cultural and Performing Arts Community Center to be located at 1760 U.S. Highway 395 North, number 4700, Minden, Nevada, on behalf of Douglas County, for an initial term of 5 years with an additional 3-year term exercisable by CVAC under specified terms. We have with us Brooke Adey, Community Services Director, and Brian Fitzgerald, President of the Carson Valley Arts Council.
All right, thank you. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present the operating agreement that we have been working very closely with the Carson Valley Arts Council on for the last couple months. Just to give a brief history and overview, on February 6th, we came before the Board of County Commissioner with this idea to purchase the local movie theater with future hopes of it becoming a cultural and performing arts community center. At that time, we were directed to go forward and negotiate the purchase and also negotiate an operating agreement and really do a request for proposal out into the community to find out, what organizations might be interested in operating the Cultural and Performing Arts Community Center on behalf of the county. We did put out an RFP, and we were seeking nonprofits to operate the facility for us, and we did look to require a $250,000 investment. The idea was that the nonprofit organization was going to operate the Cultural and Performing Arts Community Center, engage with the community, and then also seek additional funding through donations and grants to help support the activities. We put our request for proposal out, and we did get 2 individuals/entities that were interested. One is the Carson Valley Arts Council. The other individual that was interested was not a nonprofit and was not able to meet the requirements that we had put forward in the RFP. So that brought us to our selection of the Carson Valley Arts Council. Then in February of 2025, February 20th, we brought forward the purchase agreements for the Douglas County to purchase the movie theater from Kelly Bland. That was approved, and so here we are now bringing forward the operating agreement for the Carson Valley Arts Council to take over July 2nd when the purchase is finalized. And so Before you is the operating agreement. We had a lot of discussions about the details of the responsibilities of the county, the responsibilities of the Carson Valley Arts Council. This agreement is initially approved for 5 years, and there's an option to extend for 3 additional years. It does outline the commitment of the Carson Valley Arts Council for their $250,000 and what those funds will be going for and when we will be receiving those funds. There's quite a bit in here. I think at this time I'll see if you guys have any questions on the specifics. If you want me to go through the details, I'm happy to do so as well. So yeah.
Mr. Fitzgerald, would you like to add anything?
Yes, thank you. Brian Fitzgerald, President, Carson Valley Arts Council. It seems like the word of the day is collaboration, and we're very excited to have this agreement before you today. I can report to you that on June 16th, the Board of Directors for Carson Valley Arts Council approved this agreement unanimously. We are very excited about this opportunity. As Brooke AD has mentioned, this has been in the works for some time, a lot of wordsmithing over the last month and a half. I don't know that I really have much else to add other than we're very excited for the opportunity. Really appreciate the county stepping forward and acquiring a future facility for the performing arts. We're excited about where this will go and how it will serve the community. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I'll jump in with a question just to make sure I understand correctly. This is for performing arts, and we will have stages that are much bigger than any stage we have in Carson Valley. Although there, some stages at the casinos might be bigger, but for performing arts, will be an entirely new venue, an opportunity. But this facility is also intended to accommodate visual arts. Would you like to add a little bit about that?
Yes, thank you. Brian Fitzgerald, Carson Valley Arts Council. So there will be a process for what this facility will look like. I'm assuming the county will be bringing on an architect through an RFP process so that we can engage with the community to talk about the design of the facility. But the intent is to create a performance venue like we don't have currently in the Carson Valley. If you look at the CVIC Hall, Genoa Town Hall, other spaces, those are town halls with inadequate stage space and folding chairs for seating. We're talking about ultimately a design with the stage that's probably 4 times larger than what we have at the CVIC Hall, with fixed seats designed for music, dance, and theater. Each one of those disciplines require different amenities, backstage amenities, dressing rooms, green rooms, lighting, sound, all of that will be included, we assume, ultimately in the final design. The entire square footage of the facility exceeds 20,000 square feet. Until we engage with the community and the architect, we don't know how much of that square footage will be included for the performance venue, but we do hope and anticipate that there will be other forms of art that are supported at this facility, whether it be gallery space, classroom space for the visual arts, and potentially offices for us and some of our partners. I mean, this certainly will meet the need for our local organizations that either the Carson Valley Pops Orchestra, our dance workshop, and All About Dance, those organizations looking for a place. Of course, the musicians in our community. And I'd like to think there'd be an opportunity to work with Douglas High School, the Douglas County School District, so that we have a venue for their theater and music programs as well.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yeah. You know how I am with the arts.
Commissioner Tolbert.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions and maybe just a chance for you to elaborate, Brian. So my first question is, what changes have you made to your short-term plans for the immediate use, given the research that I know you guys have done about the operation of theaters and that kind of stuff since this collaboration was proposed? So I guess my question is, how are you planning to get it open, and what types of uses are you proposing right away?
Thank you, Commissioner Tolbert. Brian Fitzgerald, Carson Valley Arts Council. So with the first year, starting with July 2nd, Carson Valley Arts Council has entered into a contract agreement with the current cinema operator. So in the short term, it will be quite a seamless transition. You're going to see the same people operating the cinema complex. There's going to be 8 screens that are still going to be running new release movies. And so for the first year, we really don't anticipate a whole lot in change of that operation until such time we can engage with the architect, start talking about what kind of design improvements are desired by the community, and phase those improvements, because at this time, funding has not been identified for any remodel work. There will be some funds that the Carson Valley Arts Council will bring to the table. We're going to help pay for that architect. And then until we determine what phase improvements are desired by the community, we can start chipping away at some of those improvements possibly within the first year. But it could be a good 9 months to 12 months before we start making any improvements at the facility.
Perfect. Beautiful answer. Okay. And then another one's is since this has become potential, how has your organization changed to better support the project? Like, have you gotten new members that have specific experience with stages and lighting requirements, that kind of stuff? So I know that it's an ongoing thing, but I believe you guys have already moving in that direction. Is that right?
Thank you for the question. Brian Fitzgerald, Carson Valley Arts Council. So we certainly have identified the need to grow as an organization with this opportunity. We are currently, the board of directors has grown from 6 members to 8 members. We've added a few visual artists to the board. We've been engaging with our art community to generate those contacts in the community, in the dance and music and theater realm to help us with this process. I think we've identified the need that we need to grow as an organization, building our membership and our volunteer base. And so that is in the works. And again, until we start talking with the architect and start figuring out what that design component will be, we have contacts that we will be inviting to that process so that we make sure that we design a facility that fits the community the best. And so, yes, we will be growing as an organization, and there's certainly some expectations within the agreement that we intend to follow as identified so that we can grow with the organization, grow with this facility, hopefully generate some revenue that supports the local arts and engage with the community to make sure it addresses the needs that we know are there.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Commissioners, any other commissioners? Questions? Commissioner Gardner?
No, not really a question, but anyways, I'm excited about this going forward. We finally have something, at least a brick and mortar building that we can work with to develop this important aspect of our community. I would encourage, we have a very active arts community, both the visual and performing. And then a lot of nonprofit organizations within our community. So I would encourage a tremendous amount of community engagement in regards to determining what their vision, the community's vision on what this facility can become. That's often leads to funding opportunities, right? If people feel like they have an input in the final product. And we're listened to, perhaps we can look at funding not only from a grant process from other individuals and other benefactors, but rather than putting that whole burden on you and your group to try to figure that out in the county. So thank you for your opportunity, or thank you for coming forward and agreeing to this contract. Appreciate it.
Good point. We'll go to public comment now on this agenda item. Is there any public comment? Oh, gosh. Oh. Welcome, Mr. McCallum.
I need the walk. James McCallum for the record. A lot of people have talked about what's this going to cost, and Commissioner Gardner talked a little bit about it. I'd like to know, is there a planned fundraising formula? Is there planned fundraisers, or what is the plan to pay for this as it develops? I'd really like to know because of other issues in this county. And I forgot to point out, I am on the Planning Commission. I'm not speaking in that capacity. I just want to record that disclosure so I could just say it. So just a strategy for fundraising, if there is one, I'd like to hear about it. Thank you.
So I'm going to jump in here and say that although we've kind of touched on this, it's not actually part of the agenda item. So maybe you guys, can we answer that question? Okay, good. Good.
So strategy, no. Discussions, yes. As a board, the Carson Valley Arts Council has talked about the need to form a specific fundraising committee to talk about potential events that can generate some funds for the opportunity that's before us. We are also realize that through a partnership and collaboration between a nonprofit and local government, there are some grant opportunities that we hope will exist. We also anticipate that when the architect creates the images and we start having those 3D images of what the elevations and what the facility can look like, oftentimes you do attract a private donor that has a passion for it. And so at this point, it's been mostly discussions. I mean, we weren't quite sure if this was all going to be moving forward. You know, in the last couple months, everything, the momentum has been there. And so we've had basically discussions about what we need to do now moving forward. The fact that we have a contract for the next year to continue to run new releases over 8 screens is basically giving us the time to engage in those creating the committees and identifying the types of fundraisers that will be necessary to move this needle forward.
Thank you. I also want to point out that the equation changes on the bottom line of running a cinema when you don't have to pay a landlord. So the ongoing operation could bring in something. And once we have a building and a plan, it's easier to get grants. So I just feel that this was a necessary step in order to generate money to make this happen.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I also, members of the public have also reached out to me and inquired about the possibility of using the existing facilities without any modifications for possible use by the community for performing arts using the existing facilities as a fundraiser. So I would hope that your organization would take a look at the ability to use that facility beyond what it is intended for right now in 8 theaters. Small things perhaps. I don't know what the seating capacity of any one of those theaters is, but anyways, a method of generating income now beyond just the use of the theaters. So yeah, I would encourage you to do that.
All right, is there a motion?
I'd have to go back up
Page
and look at the,
1250.
where is it?
1250.
1250. Oh, okay. I'll go up and see what was proposed.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve a contract for services between Douglas County and Carson Valley Arts Council to manage and operate the Douglas County Cultural and Performing Arts Community Center on behalf of Douglas County for the initial term of 5 years with an additional 3-year term exercisable by CVAC under specific items.
I'll second.
A second.
Oh, it's been moved by Commissioner Tarkanian and seconded by Commissioner Rice. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to thank Zach Waddle from the District Attorney's Office. Without his help in working on the language, we would have not been able to get this far. So thank you, Zach.
Excellent. And before you leave, I want to point out that Brian Fitzgerald operates without any salary or compensation, and it does an amazing job and just really spends a lot of time and a lot of passion, and he's just been excellent, not just this year or last year, but for many, many years. So thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
All right, agenda item 10 for possible action, discussion to approve a 3-year lease with Awesome Ant Enterprises LLC for Douglas County Indigent Defense Office Space beginning July 1, 2025 at an initial rate of $1,374.45 per month with annual adjustments, and authorize the county manager to execute the lease. Brian Filter,
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
you
I am-
are the Director of Indigent Defense, and we welcome you.
Indeed. Thank you so much. I'm pleased to appear before you and represent your newly minted Department of Indigent Defense. I'm appearing asking your approval to rent office space for our department. The department will house myself and my assistant, Robin Valdez. There's also some idea of using the space for indigent defenders that we contract with some that aren't in the county. The annual contract defenders have to have an office inside Douglas County. We contract with some providers outside of the county. It'll provide an opportunity for them to meet with clients, or if they have to do some clerical work while they're in the county, to take care of that. So there's a multiple benefit there. The space being private and separate from other offices is important because we do deal with confidential and privileged information. Those communications between council would also be that. I am have been assured that the State Department of Indigent Defense will reimburse us for the cost so long as it is solely for indigent defense. So I'm asking you to approve that for us today.
Questions? I see no questions, so we'll go to public comment. I see no public comment, so I will ask for a motion.
Madam Chair. I move for the approval of a 3-year lease with Awesome Ant Enterprises LLC for Douglas County Indigent Defense Office Space beginning July 1st, 2025 at an initial rate $1,374.45 per month with annual adjustments, and authorize the county manager to execute the lease as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Filter.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to see you this morning.
It has been pointed out to me by Commissioner Gardner that we have folks in place to do 11.1, and that makes sense so that you don't have to come back. So we will do 11.1 and then we'll take about an hour break. For possible action, discussion to authorize the purchase of real property located at 2731 Pamela Place for $300,000 to install future stormwater improvements, and authorize Chairwoman Charla Hales to sign the purchase agreement. Courtney Walker, Stormwater Program Manager. And before we begin this agenda item, County Manager Davidson has a disclosure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the Commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. For the record, I have a disclosure to make regarding a conflict of interest I have relative to this agenda item. My father lives on Johnson Lane, specifically off of Kane Avenue, and would be impacted potentially by this project. For that reason, I have consistently disclosed my conflict throughout this process as it has come forward through staff to the County Commission for your consideration today, and I have consistently abstained, asking Assistant County Manager Wendy Lang to step in as a representative of the County Manager's office. So with that, I'm disclosing and abstaining from the process today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Commission. Thank you so much for letting us speak before lunch. I told these poor folks I wasn't sure exactly how long it was going to take, so I do appreciate it. Courtney Walker, Stormwater Program Manager, for the record. This project is the acquisition of an acre parcel in Johnson Lane for flood control detention basin. There's a lot of history that went into how this project is coming before you, so I wanted to go into kind of how we got here just to help with the greater understanding of why this project is so critical in the area. So I'm going to start basically by talking about the Johnson Lane Area Drainage Master Plan, which was adopted by the board in August of 2018. The progress that we've made to date implementing portions of that master plan, how the Pamela Place Detention Basin became a project and how it was evaluated, and then our next steps with the project if this is approved today, and then any questions and discussion that you may have. So I've got this video. This is part of the Johnson Lane Area Drainage Master Plan. They used really specific LiDAR topography data, and then were able to create these models to show where the flow goes in various types of storm events. This project was initiated by a former county engineer, Eric Nilsson, and his direction to the consultant at the time was J.E. Fuller. His direction to them was look at all improvements that could alleviate flooding in this area, but only identify projects that could be done on public property. And so all of the improvements that are identified in the Johnson Lane Area Drainage Master Plan are identified on BLM land because you can acquire right-of-way. If you're looking at improvements to do on private land, it can be challenging because you don't know if you're ever going to have a willing seller and be able to actually implement the project. So everything that came out of this plan all is proposed on BLM land. You can see there's 4 basins here on the right side of the screen. There's a brown, pink, blue, green. I know it's a little bit light. Those 4 basins directly benefit a lot of the area in between Stephanie and Downs Drive. And we've gone through several things. We have actually implemented all 4 of those. All 4 of those basins have been constructed. They are in, unfortunately, they were under construction during the March 2023 flooding events, so we didn't actually get to test them out in those storm events, unfortunately. But I'm sure that we'll have an opportunity to see how they function in the future. So those are there. They're all identified, or they're all located on BLM land. We went through the NEPA process and acquired a right-of-way and went through all of that. So there is still additional issues. These photos are before those basins were constructed, but where the runoff comes through, once those basins fill up, it still does go to the same location where these photos are. And just downstream of this, this ditch that's carrying a nice river, is the Pamela Place Basin. It's just to the east of it. And so there's the water is coming directly to the parcel that we're looking to acquire, which would be problematic if a home was constructed on that lot. The lot is located here. You can see on the right side of the screen is East Valley Road. Up is north, so we've got Stephanie Way. At the south side is Downs Drive, and on the west side is Fuller Avenue. This is the Bramwell Estates subdivision. The subdivision was approved in the early 2000s. And there is some history that I've been told, and I don't know how relevant it is to this project, but originally when they were doing some of these planned subdivisions in the Johnson Lane area, they were supposed to require an acre lot specifically for detention. That didn't occur. There's a couple of smaller drainage basins located on different private parcels. And so every single one of these properties were able to be used for a residential purpose. And so we've gone through a process to actually amend the CC&Rs for this subdivision to allow, if the county were to own this lot, number 88, to use it for something other than a residential purpose, to be able to use it for flood control. So I've been working with the plaintiff group. If you're familiar, there was litigation between some residents in the area and the county. And so we've been working together for a number of years, and some of them are here today. And they had real concerns with the Area Drainage Master Plan just addressing improvements on public land. they thought, that does address the offsite runoff, but there is a considerable amount of drainage that's generated from the developed area. And so because of that, they wanted us to look into seeing if there was a parcel that could be identified for an acre detention. And so we followed through with that and used the same consultant that did the whole area drainage master plan to tell us, is there going to be a basin that's, or a location that would be suitable for a basin, and what kind of impacts would that actually have? And it did show, which we thought it would, this 2731 Pamela Place parcel as one of the top alternatives for installing an acre size detention basin. This map indicates what the flow depth reduction would be if you did put in a basin. And obviously we don't have the exact design. We're not to that point yet. But it does reduce it anywhere from 1/10 to 1/2 foot downstream, in some areas even 1/2 foot to 1 foot in depth, which is significant and definitely beneficial. And we also have the BLM basins upstream as well. So we do believe that it will provide benefit to the specific area that is experiencing issues still. This is what the parcel looks like right now. There you can see that there is a drainage ditch that flows to it. We do have an easement on that property just to the east, but then once you get to the property boundary of this parcel, there is no easement. There's no plan for the water to go. It just kind of goes and goes on down to the west and causes all kinds of issues. So we applied for a FEMA hazard mitigation grant about 3 years ago, and we did receive it recently, actually in January. These things do take a long time. It took about 3 years to get it, but I was pleasantly surprised that we did get it given the current state of affairs. So the grant has a 25% match. So the federal grant will provide us with $375,000, and then the county has already allocated $125,000 in matching funds. And so when we were originally looking at this project 3 years ago, acre lots in Johnson Lane were going for around $250,000. It took 3 years to get the grant. Now lots in Johnson Lane are going for $300,000. So that's what it appraised for. And that's what we're considering today. We were grateful to the property owner who owns the lot. He's been holding on to it essentially for us. He owns several other lots in the area that he's been selling recently. There's quite a bit of construction going on out there. And those lots have been going for about $300,000. So I think that's how they appraise the land, is based on comps in the area. And what is the best and highest use for the property, which it is zoned to put a house on it today if the county did not acquire it. So kind of our next steps are hopefully purchase this vacant lot at 2731 Pamela Place. And then we plan to design the detention basin. We'll work with the community to try to make that something that they can live next to. All of the people that are right adjacent to the basin they're in agreement with this project and they support it. The next step would be to construct it, and then after that, Douglas County would maintain it through our stormwater maintenance division. So that's the basics on the project. I don't know if there's any questions, but I'm happy to take them.
Commissioner Gardner.
I have a couple questions. Thank you, Ms. Walker. At your instigation, I guess, the other day when we met in the parking lot, you suggested I go out and visit the property. So I did. And I noticed that there's a lot of development. All the lots, it seems, around that area are being developed. So I can see the potential advantages to those residents from flood mitigation processes once this is done. And I appreciate your involvement with FEMA in regards to getting us funds to assist us in this. The cost, though, let's go back one slide, if you don't mind. Number one, cost to construct the detention basin, number one. And number two, what is the overtopping of the basin once it's built? Where is there, and perhaps I missed it, is there anything in the package that indicates the cost of the, to construct, the timeline to construct, and also what happens when it overflows? Or does it overflow? Or where does the water go if it doesn't overflow?
All good questions. I don't have the cost for the construction because we don't have a design yet. So once we go through the design process, then they'll come up with an engineer's estimate. So at that point we would know, and then we would put it out to bid, and then we would select the lowest bidder. So we're just kind of going through the process. It's a funny story, the timeline. So FEMA took so long to award us this grant that by the time they awarded it, it was about to expire. So we accepted the grant and then immediately filed for an extension, which they granted, thankfully. So we have right now through May of 2026 to complete the project. We are able to, if we need to, apply for one additional year extension on the grant if we need to. So I would anticipate that we should be able to get it done within a year, but I also anticipated that we would be able to construct those BLM basins over the winter, and that clearly was not able to happen. So contingency-wise, we have 2 years to complete the project. It's much smaller scale than doing the 4 that we did before, so I don't anticipate it being a challenging project. I think we could get it done pretty quick, but it's nice to have that flexibility just in case. To answer your question on if it were to fill up and overtop. So the concept with these basins is that they do fill to a certain level, and then they're kind of metered out, right? So it slows the water down and controls the amount that's going to come out all at once, versus if you don't have a basin there, it's all going to hit you all at the same time. And so when it does fill up and go over the outlet, then it will still go in the same location that it goes today. It will just come over time instead of a big pulse.
Is this area considered a floodplain, and do the residents out there have to buy flood insurance?
Great question. It is actually not in a floodplain. So a lot of the Johnson Lane area isn't, which makes things really challenging in terms of how you regulate how things are built out there, because they're not in a 100-year floodplain, so they're not in the regulatory floodplain, although there is flooding issues. And so the flood maps are really an insurance tool. Residents out there are able to acquire insurance if they want to, and they can get it at a reduced rate since it's not a requirement, but a lot of them don't have it as a result.
Commissioner Tolbert?
Yes.
Questions?
Yes. So I think we talked about this with Courtney at length, because this is my district and I do get a lot of questions and comments, and I'm very intimately aware of the construction that's going out of there. I was, in my other job, was probably involved with 9 out of 10 of the projects out there. And I know a lot of people don't quite understand and wonder why this seems a big issue, but I think we're in agreement that our forefathers who developed this Johnson Lane area originally did not really take into consideration the flood flows, and we were built on alluvial fan out there, as members of the Planning Commission like to point out. So we're kind of dealing with a situation that was given to us and left to us, and I really like the fact that we're trying to make improvements. And one of the things that this is going to do is also eliminate, another house out of the equation here when we acquire that parcel. So there's a lot of flow right there. That ditch basically between Stephanie and Johnson Lane there's like a ravine in the middle of that. Both Johnson Lane and Stephanie are high, and it slopes to the middle, and a majority of that flow comes down that exact ditch. So I know that the people on the corner of Pamela and Amber Rose have experienced, the Morrises have experienced their ditches being washed out by the amount of flow that comes through there. And I know farther downstream on Fuller, there's a detention basin there that also helps, but it gets overwhelmed on a large event. So I'm really happy to see us work, because I believe we all agree that upstream mitigation is the answer. And with this combined with what's already happening above in the BLM property is going to relieve some of the situations that are found back along Fuller and on Stewart Avenue, specifically 2735. So again, once these are in, and hopefully when we see what the flows look like, I know, Courtney, you're not an engineer necessarily, and I'm certainly not, but I believe we both agree that this is going to make a big difference for everybody downstream that's seeing floodwater now, or at least flash flooding, and we're going to mitigate some of the effects that they're experiencing on a yearly basis. Are you basically, I think I'm speaking for you now, but from what we talked about, but are you in agreement? Have I missed anything there?
Nope, I think that's very well stated, Commissioner Tolbert. Thank you.
Well, half of them are your statements, to be fair. So,
All right. Seeing no other questions, I'll open it for public comment at this point. Yes, come on up. Welcome. We ask that you write your name and state your name for our record.
Hello, my name is Judy Marsh. My husband John and I live at 2703 Caleb Court, which is on the northeast corner of Caleb Court and Amber Rose. So I'm a proponent of the Pamela Basin, and this is why. I have a list of addresses of homes that are directly affected by the floodwater and mud, which travels through the lot at 2731 Pamela Place, which is currently being proposed for the Pamela Basin. It's 2725 Pamela Place, Steve and Sue Cordoza. Steve is here today. 2718 Pamela Place, David Schaefer's home. 1572 Amber Rose, Monty and Lena Morris. Those homes have all been dramatically affected by the water that flows down. The four basins, if they're ever tested, will probably help. This Pamela Place basin will definitely help because mud came right through that proposed basin area into some of these homes, not just on their driveways, but into their homes. So if the water's not caught at this basin, it also travels west, which is downhill on Amber Rose. And these floodwaters also affect every home on Amber Rose Drive, homes on Fuller, and then further down through so many other homes in neighboring streets. So we're concerned for ourselves, but we're also concerned for our neighbors. John and I have done a lot of flood mitigation. We put in a lot of berms. We are we feel protected from future floods, but people downstream from us may not be so protected. So you just never know which direction it's going to go. It does have a typical path, but you just don't know when the storms are going to affect you. Some people put bales of hay out in their driveways to prevent it from going into their homes and their garages. So I would like to thank Courtney Walker, Douglas County Stormwater Manager, for her tireless efforts to accomplish the purchase and excavation of the Pamela Basin. I really appreciate the County Board of Commissioners if they would approve this purchase to help all of us in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Halton. I'm a lifelong resident of Nevada and almost a 50-year resident and employee in Douglas County. My wife and I purchased our property in the Johnson Lane area in September of 2001. Since that time, we have been flooded 7 times. I could describe every event like it was yesterday, but at this point, I don't see any benefit in doing that. It is my opinion that the proposed Pamela retention basin will positively impact well over 100 tax-paying homeowners in the area. Although this project borders my northern property line, it does not benefit me in any way. I support the project because it will benefit my community. I can only hope you will view it in the same way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Welcome.
Hi there. My name's Steve Cordoza. I live at 2725 Pamela Place, which is right next door to this lot. I'm a retired fire captain from the city of Fremont in California. After witnessing that lot flooding in 23 and the history of the flooding in the Johnson Lane area, I can think of a lot of positives of putting this pond in and not one negative. It's a win-win for everybody. We went out and got the required signatures that were required from us. We got a FEMA grant secured thanks to her. I'm just asking you people to please give it your stamp of approval because this seriously needs to be done. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And one more. Welcome. Well, I mean, maybe more than one, but another one. Welcome.
Hi, my name's John Marsh, Judy's husband, and we've been dealing with this since 2014, 2015, 2023. We've seen an awful lot, and we've seen an awful lot of our neighbors have to deal with this. It's been a real problem. As Judy said, we protected ourselves. We're not that concerned about ourselves. However, we're concerned about our neighbors and everybody downstream. We feel that the basin at Pamela will reduce, if not eliminate, the problem for everybody downstream from that lot. And just to tell you briefly, my background is in drainage and grading. So I understand how it works. The water tells us what needs to be done. And this basin is very important for our neighborhood. And I want to thank Courtney. She's done an outstanding job here, putting everything together and making it happen. And I am 100% behind this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Seeing no other public comment, I will close public comment and bring it back to the commissioners. Commissioner Tolbert, do you wish to make a motion?
Yes, I do. Sorry, I wouldn't click. Madam Chair, I move that we authorize the purchase of real property located at 2731 Pamela Place for $300,000 to install future stormwater improvements and authorize Chairwoman Charlotte Hales to sign the purchase agreement.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Tolbert and seconded by Commissioner Rice that we approve this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Walker. Well done. And to the folks from the neighborhood who came, it was really nice to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Before
All right.
Courtney gets out of there, I want
we
to
will take a
thank
break
her.
until 1:45. Oh, sorry. Commissioner Rice, we want to say
Thank
that
you.
again?
I do. Courtney, thank you so much. I'm so sorry that I wasn't able to be there for the groundbreaking. I had eye surgery yesterday, but thank you for all of the work that you did for the Kale Complete project. I know without you, it would not have happened. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to the effort that you put into down there. Thank you.
Thank you,
And I'll
Wes.
echo that with the efforts you put in the Johnson Lane area. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Nathan.
Thank you. All right, we will adjourn until 1:45. Thank you for your patience. We're a little bit reconvening a little bit later than we anticipated. We have Commissioner Tolbert and Commissioner Rice with us virtually. We are missing Commissioner Tarkanian, but he'll rejoin us shortly, and he asked that we can continue the meeting. We're on agenda item 11.2 for possible action, discussion regarding the 24-month review of the adopted development agreements between Douglas County and the following entities. A, Nevada Northwest LLC Scotsman Development Corporation, H&S Construction, Inc., Sierra Nevada Southwest Enterprises, and Virginia Ranch Development Corporation for Muller Parkway collectively. And B, Park Ranch Holdings LLC for Muller Parkway. We have with us today Andrea Pauling, Deputy Community Development Director, and Tom Delaire, Community Development Director. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and everyone in attendance this afternoon. So we're back for the 24-month review of our development agreements. We have 2 to go over today, and what I'd like to do first is go over a little bit about the definition of what development agreements are. I'm having a hard time here. Give me a sec. Technical difficulties. There we go. All right, so the definition of a development agreement. A development agreement is a voluntary contract between a local jurisdiction and a person who owns or controls property within the jurisdiction, detailing the obligations of both parties and specifying the standards and conditions that will govern development of the property. All right, a brief overview. Under NRS 278.0205 and Douglas County Code provisions, the county is responsible for reviewing development agreements every 24 months and determining whether or not the owner is in good standing. All parties were sent a 30-day notice ahead of the discussion with you today, and a brief summary and status of the projects are under review are going to be provided today. The staff report, which has a lot more information and details in it, can be found on pages 1527 to 1532 of your packets. All right, these are the 2 development agreements that are under review. Madam Chair Hales have already read this into record, so I won't bore you with all the details again. And the suggested action, which she's already read into record, but I would like to just put in here, here's the suggested motion. Approve the 24-month review of the adopted development agreements between Douglas County and the following entities: Nevada Northwest LLC, Scotsman Development Corporation, H&S Construction Incorporated, Sierra Nevada SW Enterprises, and Virginia Ranch Development Corporation for Muller Parkway collectively, and B, Park Ranch Holdings LLC for Muller Parkway. All right, I know this is a lot of text, but this is pertinent information. Again, I'm not going to read all of that to you on the top, but just want to give you a brief overview of this specific development agreement. In 2005, the county entered into a development agreement with Nevada Northwest et al. Regarding the dedication and timing of future improvements for the extension of Muller Parkway. Pursuant to the development agreement, developers have constructed the following portions of Muller Parkway. 1, a section north of the La Costa planned development in Minden running west to Highway 395. 2, a section adjacent to Stoddard Estates South running south from Toller Lane. And 3, a section north of the Walmart development in Gardnerville. Yet to be constructed is the section of Muller Parkway that will connect the Stoddard Estates section to the section north of Walmart. Sorry, that was a lot. The section of Muller Parkway north of La Costa in Minden is included within the Nevada Northwest Specific Plan, NNSP. The settlement agreement of 2009 stated the NNSP is valid for 30 years from the effective date of approval in 2001. So it's valid through 2031. The Ashland Park property was purchased by Park Ranch Holdings in 2019 and became the subject of the 2019 amended development agreement with Park Ranch, which will be discussed next. And that property was then sold to Ashland Park LLC. The section of Muller Parkway yet to be constructed, which will connect the Stoddard Estates section of Muller Parkway to the section north of Walmart, is included within the Virginia Ranch Specific Plan. Pursuant to the 2009 settlement agreement, 1,020 dwelling units are permitted on the land subject to the VRSP, and the VRSP is valid for 30 years from the effective date of the original approval of 2004. So VRSP and its associated unit counts are valid through 2034. And then on May 2nd of 2024, a new PD and 3 associated tentative subdivision maps were approved for Virginia Ranch, and the owner voluntarily accepted a condition to construct the entire Virginia Ranch portion of Muller Parkway during the first phase of development. Currently, this development agreement is in compliance.
I just want to jump Tom Delaire for the record, and I just want to add to this. I didn't get to add that on the slide, but we do have Don in the back who represents Virginia Ranch, and we do have improvement plans for that Muller Parkway section from the Virginia Ditch north to Stoddard Parkway, and also another road within the development. Stan Lucas had passed away, who was the owner of the project, and that's causing some issues with the project. But I think we're waiting on our floodplain analysis that we have coming with J.E. Fuller to actually reduce the FEMA required flows coming out of the Pine Nut Wash that will affect Muller Parkway. And so once that gets approved or is in the process of being approved, and we know it's going to get approved, then I think we can release those improvement plans to be constructed, and Muller potentially could be built, and Don could speak to that, but I just wanted to add that point here. And we are working on the connection between Butch Perry, which is south of the Virginia Ditch, at the Virginia Ditch crossing, and we are responsible, Douglas County is responsible for connecting Butch's piece to the Virginia Ranch piece, which isn't part of this development agreement, but.
I should know better than to ask, but any timeline for when J.E. Fuller will have that?
The contract was just approved a month and a half ago, I believe, by this board, and they're it's actually Wood Rogers is doing the work. I think it's Wood, maybe it's Kimley Horn. Kimley Horn's doing the work. That was one of those agreements. It came before you guys about a month and a half ago. They're working on it now, so. We should. It'll probably take a couple months before we can get an application submitted to FEMA for that review to start that process.
And then once it's with FEMA, it's an indefinite period of time.
Right. They get 90 days to respond every time we give them a resubmittal. So
okay.
That ends up being the timeline.
Okay. Thanks.
Tom, could you excuse me for a minute? Mr. Delaire, you mentioned that part between behind Walmart's to Stoddard Estates now. Okay, but there's a connection there between the south end of Stoddard Estates to basically Toller. I didn't hear any mention of that section, but
yeah,
I missed it.
That's what's talking. That's the point number 2 up there. Muller Parkway is part of. It goes basically extends from Stoddard Estates. It terminates. Muller Parkway today terminates about 350 feet or so south of Toller, and then there's some. It's like asphalt grindings. I actually had those put down, and that's at the. There's going to be another roundabout proposed in the improvement plans for Virginia Ranch at Stoddard Parkway. And then they'll connect that to Grant and then widen Grant all the way to Virginia Ditch, where we have 4 lanes on Butch Perry's side, and the county's responsible for widening the Virginia Ditch crossing. And you guys approved culvert purchases for that, and we've been waiting on engineering to get the plans to Jensen in order to purchase those, and I'm hoping to do that here in the next week or so.
Okay, if there's no further questions on that development agreement, I'll move on to the second one that's on our agenda today. Park Ranch Holdings LLC. In December of 2019, the Board of County Commissioners approved an amended agreement with Park Ranch Holdings, which is now Park Ranch. The agreements superseded previously established development agreements with Park cattle in their entirety. And those previous agreements had been approved by way of ordinances 2004 R1097 and 2007 1223. The county agreed to construct 2 lanes of Mueller within 6 years, which would be by December 2025 of this year, with the county obligated to construct 12,691 linear feet at its sole cost and expense, and 2,604 linear feet adjacent to the Ashland Park plan development at the shared expense of the parties. Park Ranch sold the Ashland Park property to Ashland Park LLC, transferring to Ashland Park LLC to the obligation to share in the construction of 2 lanes of Mueller Parkway adjacent to Ashland Park. In 2020, a PD and tentative subdivision map was approved for Ashland Park. The tentative subdivision map was revised in 2024 to adjust the phasing and to account for modified designs for Mueller Parkway. In May of 2023, Ashland Park commenced litigation against the county in the 9th Judicial District Court related to this development agreement. Park Ranch joined in the litigation in December of 2023, and the litigation remains ongoing. The county has commenced construction of Mueller Parkway along the deeded right-of-way. The county is working right now to complete construction as soon as possible with the goal of finishing by the end of this year. Right now, we're awaiting for FEMA to construct certain sections of Mueller Parkway. So the approval right now that we need is known as the conditional letter of map revision, and that's pending approval. It's kind of caused some delays right now. It's impacted the county from the ability to timely construct Mueller Parkway, but I have received recent updates that we're hoping to get this by July 4th. That'll be when the 90 days are up. The development agreement requires cooperation between the parties. So due to the issues that I've outlined in the staff report, Park Ranch LLC is currently not in compliance of the development agreement. However, Ashland Park LLC is currently in compliance of the development agreement.
I don't have a comment. I mean, a question, but I do have a comment on that. I read with care the list on page 1530 and 1531 of the packet that are many bullet points articulating the obstructive actions taken by Park Ranch. And I appreciate the time you took to put that together. And I feel that it is a very good explanation of the actions of Park Ranch Holding and how those constitute actions out of compliance with the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I cannot take full credit. AJ Hames helped with the staff report quite a bit. He had a lot of really good information. And so I just want to put that out there. I cannot take full credit for that. AJ was very awesome with this one.
Commissioner Gardner.
It was, we had too many microphones on, so mine was, anyways, ditto.
And you know, we always like to throw in maps. So here's a map. It's the most recent that we have. It is preliminary, so it's subject to revision. But what it's showing you right now is Mueller Parkway. Constructed are the red lines. Let's see if I can, yeah. So the red lines down here, a little portion here, and up here. And then the non-constructed areas are all the blue. But we're hoping to change that fairly quickly, so hopefully the next time I come for these reviews that there'll be a lot more red here.
Ms.
Commissioner Gardner.
But I believe RTC did approve the going forward with the Ashland Park section. So are we, where are we at? Are we breaking ground on that? What have we let that contract?
Oh, you got it? You want me to get it?
Maybe the county manager.
Okay. Yeah, so we have 4 phases of Mueller Parkway. So right now, phase 3 was the Ashland, and we're hoping to get that done by approximately September. I mean, give or take, you know, a little bit of time. Phase 2 is the Clomar that we're waiting on right now from FEMA, and that should be by July 4th. And then phase 1 is is building now. We're hoping that one will be by September as well, but again, give or take some time there.
Phase 2 is north of Buckeye, to the end of the edge of Montera, just so you guys know. That's where the floodplain comes out of the Buckeye, and then that's where our road is crossing that area. So I just want to make sure you guys understand that. Phase 1 was in the location south of Buckeye, along the Virginia ditch where there wasn't a floodplain that we had to go through. We could build the road section for that. And then the Ashland Park piece is right there where it says Station 205 plus 11. So just north of Toller, yeah, right there. And then that phase 3 is the Ashland Park piece, that 2,600 feet that was broken out in the development agreement is right there.
And it's probably worth noting, phase 4 is Montera, and that development agreement comes back in December for update. Any more questions?
Commissioners Tolbert or Rice, do you have questions?
I do not. I think the bullet points speak for themselves.
Agreed.
Thank you. I don't see any questions here. We will go to public comment. Is there any public comment? All right. Well, thank you for being here. Is there a motion? I'll close public comment and ask for a motion.
What do we, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I move that we approve the 24-month review of the adopted development agreements between Douglas County and the following entities. A, Nevada Northwest LLC, Scotsman Development Corporation, H&S Construction Incorporated, Sierra Nevada SW Enterprises, and Virginia Ranch Development Corporation for Muller Parkway collectively, and B, Park Ranch Holdings LLC for Muller Parkway, as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner and seconded by somebody online. Which one?
Rice.
Seconded by Commissioner Rice. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you very much for the report. Moving on to agenda item 11.3 for possible action, discussion to approve a contract for professional services between Douglas County and Ascent Environmental for work associated with Phase 2 of the Tahoe Douglas Area Plan, which is a proposed area plan for the portion of Douglas County within the Tahoe Township, but outside the boundaries of the South Shore Area Plan. The contract is from June 26, 2025 through December 31, 2026, in an amount not to exceed $149,735. Kate Morales O'Neill, Principal Planner, welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, everyone in attendance today. Kate O'Neill, Planning Division, Community Development for the record. I wanted just to give a brief PowerPoint regarding the Tahoe Douglas Area Plan. You'll hear me refer to it as the TDAP also. This project, when it started, where it stands today, and the goals that we have to finally complete this project. So as our fearless leader, we always have to include maps in our PowerPoints. So I wanted to give you a map of the Tahoe Douglas Area Plan area. You can see that the South Shore Area Plan is this, smaller right there. That's the South Shore Area Plan. So all the blue outlined, you can see is a much bigger area than the South Shore Area Plan that we just updated earlier this year. I also, this is actually from our master plan. These are a couple snippets from the most recent update in 2020. And you can see that we do reference the Tahoe Douglas Area Plan. And we also identify it as one of our action items to complete the Tahoe Douglas Area Plan. So I felt those were important to show you that this has been in the works for quite some time. So let's talk about background. So in 2012, the TRPA regional plan was updated, and language in it identified the South Shore Area Plan and the Tahoe Douglas Area Plan. So although the South Shore Area Plan was completed and adopted in 2013, the draft and the initial environmental checklist of the TDAP, that was actually completed, but it did not go forward to TRPA for approval at that time. So that was back in 2014. So now, with the current contract and moving forward, we're going to have to update current conditions from that existing draft that we have of the Tahoe Douglas Area Plan. And those conditions are going to have to be revised, updated, and some conditions might not be relevant anymore as regulations and things have been updated. So where are we today? So we did go to contract with Ascent Environmental last year for phase 1 of the TDAP. It got off to a slow start, and that was due to staffing on my end. The South Shore Area Plan caused some delay and prevented me from, having those initial meetings with Ascent, and so it just delayed our start. In fact, we just did an amendment to that contract so that it could extend the expiration due to the fact that we just got a later start on this contract than we wanted to. Progress, though, now in phase 1 is in full swing. Ascent is currently analyzing the conditions that I spoke about earlier and reviewing prior policies that relate to the plan area statements. Once this TDAP is completed, it's going to replace 29 plan area statements and the Round Hill Community Plan. So the community plans are in place, plan area statements are also in place. Think of it as the community plan is the hierarchy and the plan area statements are all like the individual neighborhoods. So all of these plan area statements now will be morphed into the Tahoe Douglas Area Plan. So we won't have all those different plan area statements. However, it's important to note that some of the things that you find in a plan area statement won't go away because there are certain regulations that we want to keep, but it'll just be morphed into the actual area plan itself. We are also working to schedule a public engagement meeting. So in the next few months, we're targeting the fall for that. The public will have additional opportunities even beyond that meeting to give input during the project.
Can I
Yes.
ask
Ooh,
questions about that?
Hang on, how did I get forward? Was I pressing that the whole time, Tom? What happened there? Okay, that's where I'm supposed to be. Sorry about that. Happy fingers. I know, it's colorful, colorful. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Just on the public engagement part of this,
Yes.
can you describe that in more depth?
Yes, happy to. So, in my meetings with Ascent, and we haven't created the schedule yet, because we want to ensure that we progress correctly as far as public engagement. What we're looking for in that first meeting is going to be like a high level of here's our goals, here's the vision that we have administratively, the county, TRPA. So we'll have like an administrative, really rough draft of where we see the TDAP going, because we want the public to be able to look at something. So because there is an existing draft. I mean, when I say the TDAP was completed, it was completed. It went to public hearings for the county, but it got halted at that time for TRPA approval. So there is a draft that the public could actually look at. We're not going to give that because some things aren't relevant anymore. That's why Ascent is working hard to update a lot of things right now. So when we go to that meeting, the public will have ability to say, okay, here's kind of the direction we're going. What is your input? What do you feel that you want to see, or what's your vision, goals, so on and so forth. Moving forward then, once we have the actual administrative draft, or what we call a screen check, that means TRPA's approved it, county's approved it, and then Ascent drafts our final kind of administration draft. Goes out for another public review, and the environmental checklist is included in that. So now the public will be able to come back again, we'll have another meeting. Okay, now you've been able to review it, here's our initial, and then the final would be the final draft, and at that point, the input happens throughout the public hearings and public meetings.
Can you get like detail specific, not date, but how are you going to advertise this? Where's the meeting going to be held?
The meeting, I feel, should be in Tahoe. So I would hope that we could use the community center up there. Again, we're targeting the fall. I would say October is probably realistic, possibly September. And what was the second part of that question?
How will you advertise this?
With the help of Eric on our staff, county manager staff, our websites, we created the South Shore Area Plan. So I'd like to see a page dedicated to the Tahoe Douglas Area Plan to ensure that it is streamlined, the information, and working with TRPA to ensure that the same information is being, disseminated to the community.
So it will go out in social media?
Yes.
How expensive would it be to send a letter to everyone? No, we don't want to do that. How else can we make sure that everybody gets to hear about this?
Well, I'm not
county manager.
Yeah, I think that honestly, Madam Chair, I think that from my experience from the South Shore Area Plan, I think people are listening a lot more and paying attention a lot more. And I think both the county and TRPA has done a really good job of disseminating information, both via, the website, and it seems like the attraction, we usually will get contacted by certain medias also. But I'm very confident that between our staff's ability to get out information as well as social media, I don't feel that we need to go beyond what I think is reasonable as far as reaching everybody.
County Manager Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our community relations team is very aware of increased level of interest in the area plans at the lake. So we would be working in conjunction with our community development team, and what that looks like is a press release, and we would reach out to media contacts at the lake. Additionally, we use social media strategies, and then we have established relationships with individuals who have outreach groups and newsletters that they do. So we can approach them and see if they'd be willing to push out information to their contacts. The reason why I shook my head no on a mailer, mail is a little bit of an outdated public outreach approach. We do it because it is a requirement in code. We have certain noticing requirements when we make changes. Different development things that are happening at the lake, but I will tell you a lot of people, myself included, don't really pay attention to their mail. So it's not the best use of our resources. We are finding it's a lot more effective to do social media and those other newsletter type outreaches. People are paying more attention on those fronts.
Excellent answers. I just don't want a single person to say we are not transparent. We did not invite public in. So I would say bend over backwards. If you think once is enough, do it twice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will definitely make note of that. that is a tall task to say not one person. Some people might come forward and claim they don't know, but we will do our very best to, and like our county manager emphasized, I think that the county manager staff and they did a great job with the South Shore Area Plan. We really stayed on top of that. And between TRPA and the county, I think it's just been the way they disseminate information now is just very streamlined and on the same page, and the communication's been really good between the two jurisdictions. So I do have confidence. And also to know when we are in the project for the zoning map amendment, zoning text amendment, those do get noticed. So anybody in that vicinity will have to be noticed that this is a hearing item. So moving on to this slide, it'll be available throughout for public input at these hearings when we get to that stage. So beyond the two public engagement meetings, beyond that, there is, every meeting is noticed, right? So they will be notified and be able to give additional input and comments at that time.
Did I hear you say, a couple of questions. Did I hear you say 2 meetings, not just one?
Right, so the first one is going to be kind of the initial one, the high level, like here's what the administrative, where we kind of see this going, the TDAP, kind of our goals and our vision, and we want the input from, the stakeholders and community members at that time. That will be in the fall. And then once we actually complete a draft of the TDAP, right, administratively, so TRPA, Ascent, and the county have worked on this. We all agree, okay, here's edits we've made, revisions we've made. That will actually go out for public review too, and I think at that time we could do another public engagement meeting for that, but that hasn't been finalized. That's what my vision is. It's just kind of, that I think that additional public engagement would be a good idea at that stage.
I agree with your vision. I think that's important. I just suggest also, and maybe we'll determine that at the first one, is whether or not, I don't know the capacity of the Kale Community Center and whether or not that'll be sufficient to conduct that type of thing. Maybe the first one, once again, I think that's something you need to gauge, and certainly the second one where you actually are trying to propose something might be heavily attended, I would imagine. So, but I agree with making sure that these meetings are within the Lake Tahoe Township. Yep.
I understand that the event center now has more flexibility on the number of events, and this would seem to be perfect.
That was going to be my follow-up comment, Madam Chair, is the event center would be a good, if the availability and opportunity was given, we were able to have it there, would be a good spot for it. On that note, unless anyone has any more questions for me.
Any questions, Commissioner Rice or Tolbert?
No, that was pretty complete presentation.
As usual, she did a wonderful job.
Don't tell her that in public.
Oh, sorry.
All right, any questions here? Seeing none.
No, I'm not sorry.
We'll go to
Didn't
public.
punch you late in the day.
Are you guys done? No, I'm just kidding.
I'm very funny. I could go on for a long time.
Hey, let's make a production out of it.
Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Is there a motion? Is there a motion from one of our virtual commissioners?
If we could
Trying to
scroll down
find it.
fast enough.
Page 1535.
See, it wasn't such a good presentation after all, Commissioner Rice. I didn't have the motion there for you.
That's all right. I move that we approve 1,400 and $1,449,735 contract between Douglas County and Ascent Environment as presented.
And I
And allow,
second.
and allow the county manager to sign the contract.
And I second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert, that we approve this contract. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you, both of you. Agenda item 12 for present. We'll take a 5-minute break.
And as soon as I learned how to say her last name, she changed it. Dang.
We will continue now with agenda item 12 for presentation only, introduction of ordinance 2025-1657, amending Douglas County Code Title 18, Town Annexation and Service Districts, Appendix B, the Minden Town boundary, by annexing approximately 57 acres that are adjacent to the existing Town of Minden boundary and will serve as the site of the future Douglas County Justice Center. The area to be annexed is Assessor's Parcel Number 1320-28-000-045 and located at 1280 Buckeye Road, Minden, Nevada. First reading. We have with us County Manager Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the Commission, Jennifer Davidson for the record. This item is for introduction only today. We will have a public hearing on July 17th, I believe, for the second reading of this ordinance, which will effectively annex the subject parcel into the town of Minden. As required by Nevada law, the 9th Judicial District Court, which is housed within the Justice Center, must hold court within the town of Minden, and that is the reason that we need to move forward with annexation. I did present recently to the Town of Minden Board, and I want to thank them for their continued partnership with us on this project. They agree with our plan to annex this into the town and also have generously agreed to waive their fees, and we thank them for that. With that, Madam Chair, I turn it back over to the Commission for any questions you may have.
Are there questions? I see none, and we don't do public comment on this presentation only. Thank you. Moving to agenda item 13 for possible action, discussion and evaluation of County Manager Jennifer Davidson's annual performance, including the potential granting of an associated merit pay increase and potentially identify goals, expectations, or priorities, in addition to those identified in the Douglas County Strategic Plan. Notice requirements consistent with NRS Chapter 241 regarding discussion of character have been provided to Ms. Davidson. Christine Vito, Human Resources Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Christine Vito, Human Resources Director for the record. The item before you is the annual performance evaluation for County Manager Jennifer Davidson, who completed her second year in the role on June 10th. Per her employment agreement, the board is required to conduct this evaluation annually and may consider a merit pay increase based on job performance consistent with other exempt management employees. Performance is evaluated based on the county's organizational values of integrity, accountability, customer service, leadership, communication, teamwork, and respect. Your materials, beginning on page 1559, include Ms. Davidson's letter of accomplishments, her strategic plan report, her employment agreement, and the performance evaluation policy. Following the evaluation, the board may also set goals and priorities for the coming year. This item is now before you for discussion and possible action.
We each received materials, as you have mentioned, and each commissioner, I expect, will have prepared some notes and thoughts to share by way of evaluation. I think we should start with our commissioners online, Commissioner Tolbert first, and then Commissioner Rice. Is there a way to I don't know if there's a way to make you guys louder, but you're a little hard to hear. So if you could speak distinctly and a little bit slowly, that'll help, actually. Then it will be easier for us to hear. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Tolbert.
Okay, thank you, Chairwoman. I didn't know I was supposed to have actually prepared the comments, so I'm not reading my comments out. But as the junior here,
you can just share off okay. Of your thoughts. Yes.
Basically, being the junior here and only having 6 months in this position. I found Ms. Davidson to be very helpful. She's offered a lot of guidance that was not necessarily jaded in one way or another. And anytime she felt she disclosed that immediately. So I found that very helpful in getting my feet under me on this position. If any if any critique I could possibly have is that she maybe takes things a little too much to heart, which I guess is a good and a bad. So being able to differentiate, the job from her personal self is not necessarily an easy thing for anybody to do. So if I had any critique at all so far of her performance, that would probably be it. But I appreciate the work, the effort, and quite honestly, the passion. You don't get to see that very often. And we seem to have been blessed in this county with a lot of people who are very passionate and honestly care about the job they're doing. So that's my overall impression. I'm a terrible boss. I've been told many times, so that's all I'm going to give you. But yeah, I would say just to continue doing what you're doing, and I guess I don't have any other words of encouragement that I thought I did, but that's it. I'll wrap up.
Thank you. Commissioner Rice?
Thank you. Sometimes you just get things right. And I think that when we hired Miss Davidson, we got something right. I have been delighted with her leadership. I have been delighted with her candor. I have worked for bosses throughout my life, and I'm delighted to say that she is one of the best that I've encountered. I would not object to her getting her merit raise because I think that she has earned it. She has walked into a very difficult situation. She walked into, I won't call it a hornet's nest, but if they're ants, they're fire ants. And I think she's done a commendable job. I am fortunate that I have another year and a half or so that I can work with this team. And I truly believe that what we have here is an excellent team. And my criticisms would be, don't let the bastards get to you, Jennifer. Sometimes you take things very personally, and I don't know how not to do that because I've been accused of that once or twice in my life. And I'd like to thank you for what you have done for this county, and whatever it is you're doing, keep it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice, Commissioner Tarkanian, and then Commissioner Gardner.
So I'm going to let the four of you give out all of her platitudes dealing with what happens with the county. I just want to say from my end, because it's a personal experience, I became a much better commissioner when Ms. Davidson was hired as our county manager. She provided me not only with the ability to do things that I felt was important as a county commissioner, but she gave me the resources and the backing, which makes a huge difference for me. So I'm very thankful for that. It would have been a tough 4 years, and I doubt I would have been on it a fifth year if she was not the current county manager. And I want to follow up on one thing when we're talking about the pay it raise. They're going to question with all the money that was short and what salaries are going nowadays and so forth, should we raise their wages? And I'm not even sure what is it, 4% or something like that, 3%, if we should do that or not. But I will say that I can't imagine, I've only been in this county for 5 years, but has this county ever faced the type of things that we have faced in these past 3 to 4 years? You had a vicious fight over VHRs. You had the battle over the Tahoe Blues Center. You have lawsuits going up and down with Mola Parkway. You had to find money to pay for Mola Parkway, find money to pay for a new Justice Center. And at the end of the day, we're doing all that, she's doing all that, keeping the budget balanced without raising taxes. And at the end of the day, Douglas County is going to have one of the greatest community centers, one of the greatest justice centers, a really great bypass, I think a wonderful and beautiful event center up in Lake Tahoe, great resources, the swim center, which I know Ms. Davis wasn't a part of, but she's kept it going. This county's got great capital assets, and to be able to pay for all these things during this trying time, I think she's done a great job, and she deserves a pay raise for that.
Thank you. I've looked at the public comment that has been sent in, and I want to quote a couple of those, put them into the record besides the fact that we're going to have them in the record. But I think it's important, and I concur with this. On every level, Ms. Davidson has exceeded expectations for a relatively new county manager. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that you basically grew up here, okay, and you have such a tremendous amount of institutional knowledge that we would have lost otherwise, or potentially lost. And so I'm very proud of the fact that we took the opportunity when it availed ourselves to hire you as county manager. Also, it's first and foremost, Ms. Davidson has built and educated and lead an excellent team of county employees, and that was also one of the reasons why I felt that you were the perfect person for this. We don't get directly involved with that as commissioners. It's not our responsibility. But I also wanted a county manager that would basically be able to build their team for the long range. We've gone through, as was pointed out before your hiring 2 years ago, that we had been through half a dozen county managers in the process of less than 20 years, and that was and so that puts a strain on the organization because we're constantly having that person try to get up to speed on what we're doing as a county, and so. She has worked well with the County Board of Commissioners, and I couldn't overstate that. I mean, you've done just a tremendous job, and I believe what I've talked to my associates here on this board and other elected officials within the county, you've been very responsive and have guided us, and I appreciate that. Your experience with back with China Spring and with the town of Minden also brings a tremendous amount of knowledge and help to us as we involve ourselves with those groups. Exceptionally strong skill set, knowledge and strong work ethic, and excellent interpersonal skills. I absolutely concur. Excels in communication, speaking, writing, and listening. And it says here, an often overlooked skill. You're right. Sometimes listening is extremely important. I used to be in sales training in my career, and so many times the salesmen that are out trying to make a sale are not listening and don't hear that buying signal, right? And then talk their way and lose the sale in the process after they've gained the sale because they failed to listen and understand that the customer has bought already. And so they talk themselves out of the sale. So that is very important. And what Commissioner Rice indicated, sometimes you take it personal, but I don't see that at all, okay? I really don't. And I appreciate the ability especially, and I know what you're talking. I know you. When I say this, I know what you'll know what I'm talking about. But we haven't always had pleasant discussions, but it's always been done on a respectful manner, and we've come to some joint conclusions in that regard, and so I appreciate the ability to do that, okay, and not have it become personal because I don't ever intend it to be personal, and so I don't think that you've ever taken it personal. So I appreciate that once again, that ability. You're very much like me, I would have to say, in that there's never a question in my mind of where you sit on an issue or you wear your emotions on your sleeve. And I would say, to me, that's probably one of my faults, okay, is that people say, you need to be, there's some feeling that, Mr. Gardner, you're not exactly transparent. And I say, I'm transparent to a fault, I believe. I wear my emotions on my sleeve, and people can see where I am on pretty much any issue. I sometimes reveal too much. I wouldn't be a good poker player because everybody knows what's in my hand already. So when I get my 5 cards, I might as well lay them down because I wouldn't be able to hold them. But the experience you bring, the institutional knowledge are tremendous assets, and have been a tremendous asset to this county. You knew where we wanted to go, I think, and I think you knew where we wanted to go when we hired you, and because of that, you were able to get us into action very, very rapidly. The Justice Center is something that we know that when we built it in 1982, I think it opened, we had 19,000 residents. We knew that center was only supposed to last 20 years, and here we are 45 years later. But you recognize the need to do that, and the understanding also that if we didn't pull the trigger on that very, very quickly, that we would never have the opportunity to pull the trigger on that and get it done. And yet, yes, we're gonna. It is a heavy lift for the county financially, but a lift that, once again, if we had never pulled the trigger on that and got it done, it probably would never come to fruition. And so I appreciate that, and also recognizing our time commitment and obligation, contractual obligation to build Muller, and the fact that we did not want to go to the public for tax increases or bonding to achieve that goal. Once again, another goal that has been on the books for so long, and we're actually achieving that. So where we're going as a county is envied by the, and I'm very proud when I go to our NACO meetings, Nevada Association of County meetings, and talk with our other 17 counties, 16 counties, that they're envious of what we're accomplishing. And I've said this before on the record, but I will repeat it in this session because I think it's important to be on the record in this session. Senator Robin Titus came to me several months ago after attending a meeting, I believe it was with our business council, where we had many members of our staff there also. And so I'm probably going to upset the other counties that she is involved with as a state senator, but she said that we have the best staff of all the counties that she's ever seen and been involved with. So I want to make sure that gets on the record. So, and of course, just not only from our standpoint, it's also, as you know, when we ask you to become involved with residents and constituents that have a question, you always seem to be able to make time in your agenda or in your daily activities to make that happen. And that's important, that our public understand that you have an open door policy and can answer their questions as well. They may not always like your answers. They don't always like mine. As a matter of fact, most often they don't like mine. But anyways, having your reinforcement helps us do our jobs. So I don't know what else I could, to try to figure out what more you could do. I don't know that I could find anything that you could be better at, because I don't know what else to say. So thank you for the job you're doing, and I look for to be involved with you over the next many years that I serve as on this board, and I know that even when I leave this board, I'll still have access to you, and you'll probably actually reach out to me, I would imagine, and ask me for input on things, and I love that. So thank you so much. Good or bad?
All right, I appreciate all that has been said, and I have to note here that there was a failing on my part to make sure commissioners understood the framework of the evaluation. Because in our county, all evaluations are based on our core values. And I believe you got an email with that form, but that form was not in our board packet. So I don't think anyone besides me actually framed their evaluation based on our core values, which is how we do evaluations in Douglas County. So memo to the file next year will make sure that all commissioners have the benefit of that framework. But that cannot be laid at the county manager's feet because it's her evaluation. So anyway, my failing in not making sure you all had that. But I did my evaluation based on our core values. And I think we all end up at the same place, but calling these out separately helps jog your mind as to different things that you can evaluate on and comment on. So starting with integrity, the employee demonstrates honest and ethical conduct through their actions at all times. And I will say Jennifer is exemplary in this category. She is the most knowledgeable person I've ever met on ethics. And ethics are extremely complex. They're not intuitive. I mean, some of them are. You don't accept a bribe. But it's a lot more complex than that. And because Jennifer has really studied and thought deeply about conflicts and how they arise and when they arise, how to recognize them, what to do when they arise, she is an expert and models exemplary conduct in this area, as even we saw today when she made a disclosure, then she left the room on the issue of the purchase of a property for stormwater management because it would potentially benefit close relatives. Beyond that, I have watched Jennifer be very, very principled in the way that she considers actions and situations and interests. And she does not operate knee-jerk ever. It's always by the principles involved. And I appreciate that method of decision-making. Accountability, the employee accepts responsibility for their actions. I have watched Jennifer when occasionally she has committed an oversight or missed a step, which that happens to everyone. Jennifer is quick to say, that's my bad, and I will take care of it by doing this or that. And so she's very quick to accept responsibility when there's something in her court that maybe should have been done or wasn't. She also accepts responsibility to fulfill the duties of her job and takes it very seriously. And I think I'll pause here to note that of all the people in our county, she shoulders the most responsibility and stress. And it is a big burden Jennifer carries. And that is why when I eventually get there, I am in full support of a 3% raise, and it is easily justifiable based on the stress, the burden, the heavy load that she carries in leading our county and having the buck stop with her. Another point of accountability. Next is customer service. The employee delivers efficient and effective service with an attitude of respect and fairness. I will say that time and again, there are instances where sarcasm would be called for, criticism may be called for, but you don't see that from Jennifer. You see respect, you see courtesy, you see fairness. And this happens not just in public, but also behind closed doors. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that she does not belittle anyone ever in front of them or behind them. She is extremely responsive. I would not want the quantity of emails that she gets, and I appreciate that she is responsive to us, and from what I can tell, she is also responsive to constituents and to members of the county team. So I really appreciate that. She spends hours and hours with constituents or residents because she does have that open door policy. And as I was thinking about what might I give in the way of constructive criticism, one of the pieces I might give is to guard those hours, not to change your policy, but just to be careful, because there comes a point where if you're meeting with someone, they may not ever be able to accept or understand the county's factual situation, and a lot of time can be invested in trying to get that to happen when it's not in the cards. So I'm not saying to change the open door policy, but to just be careful, because your time is a county resource. I have seen Jennifer have genuine concern when there are complaints by county residents about less than stellar service that they've received in the county. So Jennifer genuinely wants everyone in the county to have a good experience when they're dealing with county departments and whatever scenario that may be. And I appreciate that she models the kind of customer service that we want to see. Leadership: the employee establishes the tone and direction for success, motivating and inspiring others to accomplish a shared vision. Again, Jennifer excels at this. Last year, we created the strategic plan, and she is good to frequently touch in with the strategic plan and make sure we're moving in the direction that our strategic plan calls for. Jennifer is an analytical thinker and lines up our documents and our actions and our goals. And I appreciate that. I think that's important for leadership. Another thing, another way she's a great leader is she models what she expects to see. Communication: the employee ensures open dialogue through proactive listening and sharing of information throughout the organization and the community. This is one piece that is embedded in our strategic plan, and I have seen instances of this. Our communication has improved because of our Board Buzz newsletter and also our county manager's newsletter and other forms of communication that have been implemented in the last year or two, and I think they're effective and important. And I know that Jennifer herself sometimes writes some of those things and makes sure that they're done well, and I appreciate that. Also on the communication front, I also noted that she is an excellent listener. She has the capacity to sit and be quiet and focus on what the person across from her is saying. And that is a hugely valuable asset and skill that you have. Teamwork: the employee works together with others to achieve shared goals. This is a strength of Jennifer's. She has chosen a strong team, and I will say kudos to this Board of Commissioners who have approved and supported her choices in her team. And one thing that I think Jennifer is really, really excellent at is she gives her team members assignments and does not hover. She lets her team members perform their jobs with their skill sets in the way that they want to, and that creates leaders who want to do good work and who are able to utilize their strong skills. Finally, respect: the employee treats all citizens, employees, and visitors with respect. This is kind of intertwined with some of the other core values, but I will just say again that I've seen Jennifer be very patient in circumstances that would vex anyone. She remains respectful. Regarding one other thing, and that is work-life balance. I appreciate that Jennifer goes on vacation, takes her vacation, unplugs from the county. I don't get texts very often at all or phone calls after hours. And I appreciate and respect that because we're not looking for the hardest working county manager. We're not looking for a county manager who's going to give her life to the county. We're looking for a county manager that does sustainable work over a long period of time. So I very definitely applaud the work-life balance that you, from my perspective, have adopted, and would also say that anytime you need to tweak that, we are in support. I would think our board would very definitely be in support of that because it's not a sprint we're on, it's a marathon, and we got to pace ourselves and get to the end over time, and not in 6 months or 1 year, but over time. So we want you to have a good work-life balance. So I apologize for my lengthy notes. I'd be good with that. 26.2, yes, no. All right, thank you for accommodating me with all of those thoughts. Do you have any questions of this board based on our comments?
No, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, for the record. I'm humbled by your comments, and this continues to be an honor. Thank you.
With that, I would suggest that we break this into two sections, that we might want to have a motion right now on approving the, yeah, we also have to do public comment. Yeah, but before we go to the motion, let me just say, let's divide this in two. And the first part would be annual performance evaluation, including a possible merit pay increase. When we finally get to a motion, let's do that separate from identify goals, expectations, or priorities in addition to those identified in the strategic plan. So, but we'll take public comment on all of that right now. Mr. McCallum.
James McCallum for the record, and I guess I still have to disclose again, I am on the Planning Commission. I'm not speaking in that capacity. I first got to know Jennifer when she was the assistant county manager, and she often got thrown into being an interim county manager several times, always with excellent. I thought things improved when she was the interim county manager, to tell you the truth. When I needed her help on a few things, when she's assistant county manager, she'd sit down with me and talk to me, and I really appreciate that. In the past that I've been paying attention to the board, been sometimes disappointed in the county manager. Obviously, bad things happened in this county in the past that I don't think would have happened if she'd been the county manager then. She gets hired, which I was very happy to see. She says she's going to do a strategic plan, and she jumps into it and does it. I was so impressed with that. The way she handles the budget, when she says, this is it, we don't do extra, we got to do the basics. There's a team. You get the feeling everybody's on the same page. Everybody wants to accomplish that. Not somebody trying to say, no, I need more, I need more. Everybody sees it. So I think that's good team building. The Justice Center, thank God that that's being done. Should have been done a long time ago. And it just shows just the way she acts. But I really wanted to talk about situations where she's done public outreach. She did not too long ago at the community center. And there were people that went there, people I know that went there to criticize her and walked away impressed. I think that says a lot. She's very good at that, whether I know she's done it my criticism at when she's been at the chamber, she talks so fast and says so much that you might suggest a decaf. But you get out so much information, and the public always feels like they learned a lot. You know, some people, there was some criticism where she takes things personal. I think that's one of her best qualities. It is personal. When your name's on the door, it should be personal. And I appreciate that she takes it that way. And I mean, I could go on, but I guess my final comment is pay the lady. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCallum. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. Commissioner Gardner.
I'm looking for the proposed motion.
1559, 1559.
I'm way ahead of that. What was that again?
1559.
Getting there. I didn't see it up there. If somebody has it in front of me, before me, go ahead.
I've got it on my computer. I move that we approve the annual performance evaluation of Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, including, or are we going to do that in a second one?
Go ahead, let's do it now.
Okay, including a merit increase of up to 3%. And I believe that we've identified goals, expectations, and priorities in addition to these identified in the strategic plan. So moved.
Let's do, let's just do the performance eval and the merit pay increase, and we'll do goals after. But I assume you meant a full 3% pay increase with the motion. Is that right, Commissioner Rice?
That is correct.
Yes, you added the words, so I'll second that with making sure that we correct that without the words up to, but a straight 3%. Right,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rice?
Yes, sir.
Okay, agreed.
It's been moved by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Gardner, that we approve and give a 3% raise. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Looking to the second half of the agenda item, which is identify goals, expectations, or priorities in addition to those identified in the strategic plan. I wondered, County Manager Davidson, if you would want to weigh in on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson for the record. We have a very ambitious strategic plan, and I have spent a significant amount of time and attention devoting energy to accomplishing the goals and priorities as outlined there. During the last strategic plan update, I heard some additional feedback from Commissioner Tolbert related to his priorities for me, because he had not had the benefit of participating directly in the strategic plan. So I am interested in hearing more specifically from him related to his priorities, and then any additional priorities that the commission may have that you do not feel are captured in the strategic plan. We are making a lot of progress, and I'm quite pleased to be focused in that direction. Thank you.
Commissioner Tolbert?
Yes.
Would you like to take a moment to just, in very summary fashion, list any priorities that you have in addition to those in the strategic plan, or maybe highlight one or two from the strategic plan?
Yeah, so I think we've discussed some of the priorities for me, especially roads is huge for me, and I would like to have some dedicated effort to where potential tax revenues are either being spent now or areas where we could increase revenues, and outside of the box. I'm not necessarily talking about tax increases, but potential other revenues, other avenues, other resources that may be available specifically. And so those are kind of where my mind works. So I'm always looking for innovative ways or different ways to try to, peel that onion. So that's probably my number one priority, is just, constantly thinking of, anytime an idea comes up, flush it out. And then if it doesn't work, throw it away, but try to press out any new or different or innovative ideas on where we can possibly increase or redirect revenues.
Thank you. Commissioner Rice, are there any goals from the strategic plan you want to highlight? Or
No, there really aren't, because so many things that I campaigned on and so many things that I've wanted to happen at the lake are happening. We have a very successful event center. Things couldn't be going better. We just had a TDVA and an LTVA meeting last week, and I cannot express how delighted I am with the performance of the event center. And the Gale Complete Street project is moving right along. I'm delighted in that. I have finally stopped getting telephone calls and complaints about the Highway 50 diet, which is not going to happen, even though they do have road construction at the moment, and it took an hour and a half to get 2 miles, but oh well, that's another story. But I am delighted with the way things are going. I hope that the area plan up at the lake goes through without a hitch. I think that we are right on top of things, and I am just delighted with the way things are going. Thank you.
I got to enjoy one of the most enjoyable days I've had in the county commission yesterday, and it wasn't because we had lunch with Paul Bruno. We went to the ribbon cutting, or the groundbreaking, I should say, of Kell Road, and the development is going to be more than just a road. But I know that Megan Kelly, who is a part of the committee that I'm on, the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District, she's been working very hard to get this thing done. And I didn't realize it, but it's been 14 years since she started. Finally, they broken ground. It was so exciting to see that. And for all the people that say we waste money at Carson, the Douglas County wastes money, we're only put in, I believe you said $300,000. And how much is the project total? Over $5 million? Over $5 million. Douglas County is only putting in $300,000, and a lot of that has to do with Megan going to different people in different places and getting a lot of support from them too, but getting it done. Very proud of her, and as a member of the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District, can't say enough about her and how great it was to be a part of that yesterday.
Well, and the reason I didn't have that motion in front of me is because I was looking at the strategic plan and the accomplishments. I was already down that far in the agenda here on my computer, and trying to look at things that you had highlighted. I really appreciate the fact that you've broken down. We went through that strategic plan and developed that new one a couple of years ago now, a year and a half or so. And I appreciate you tying accomplishments within the county to the strategic plan and looking at specific items on that strategic plan and the progress that we're achieving, because as we noted in the last strategic plan we had, and the reason why this one needed to be, or that one needed to be updated, is because we had accomplished so many of those things already. And so as I'm looking at this, I'm looking at significant progress in a lot of those areas. And so I don't really have necessarily, as we move forward and take a look at those, and that's what's directing our strategy and how we're moving the county forward. So I like that, and so I didn't really have specific things that because we're moving forward on all of them. So that's what's really good. So I don't have anything
I have
beyond
two.
that.
Housing. This was something I campaigned on a year or two before I was elected. I was part of Leadership Douglas County. Every single place we went, whether it be local government, the school district, the fire departments, or business, Carson Valley Inn, the medical providers, everybody needs housing. And it's not something that we can solve. It is something that we conceivably could make a little dent in through wise policy. I feel some urgency to address housing. I also feel some urgency to address open space. I mean, the first thing out of every voter's mouth regarding what should our county do is keep us rural. What are we actually doing to accomplish that goal? Well, indirectly, various things. Also, the transfer of development rights study and work is ongoing, but I think that there's more that we could do there, possibly tied into stormwater. So those two, I feel some urgency to make more direct action on in the near future. So those are my 2 cents. I don't think we need action on this. I think, unless you would like some.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson for the record. I think your direction is very clear. It helps me to understand where you are in terms of the priorities in the strategic plan, but generally I'm hearing that the strategic plan are my goals with the priorities you've mentioned today. Thank you.
All right, unless anyone has anything else, I think we're done with that agenda item.
I was on the wrong one. I apologize. I'm on the next one. I come back to.
It's all good. We're all feeling good. We're all happy about it.
I think that's,
Yes. Thank you. All right. Agenda item 14 for presentation only. Announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and/or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or any other meetings, functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. Commissioner Tolbert, can we start with you?
You can. Yeah, I haven't. I don't have a whole lot to report. One thing I would like to mention is that I'm recently added to the board of Partnership Douglas County, and they are looking at their strategic plan at the moment. And it's quite interesting to find out that because grant funding is being reduced, the competition is getting fiercer. So they're debating whether or not to expand their opportunities for services to increase their ability to get grant funding, or focus on the alcohol, tobacco, drug awareness prevention that they do, and just go hardcore and try to compete with other people who are also now trying to get those funds, even though that's not what exactly they do. So it's an interesting time for this type of endeavor. So I'm confident that they're going to, be successful, and they've done a great job so far, and they're a great asset to our public and the sheriff's office. And that was basically it in as far as interesting news that people might be interested in.
Thank you. Commissioner Rice, do you have anything?
Probably gave most of it in my last tirade, but one of the things that I did want to say is that I was so disappointed that I was unable to attend the groundbreaking for Kale Complete Street. Unfortunately, I had surgery, minor surgery appointment that I couldn't change, and so I was unable to be there. But the Kale Complete Street project is finally happening, and Commissioner Tarkanian laid out the kudos that were necessary on that one, and I second his kudos. I believe that Megan has done a marvelous job putting that together. I was so delighted that the federal funds finally got to the right Douglas County to help pay for some of that, and the LTVA and the TDVA are going very strong. The LTVA is changing some of their strategies and working harder on responsible enjoyment of Lake Tahoe. As we're all aware, we had horrible tragedies during the last storm. And being a former boating officer, all I can say is, why in the hell are you not wearing your PFDs? That's the only thing between you and drowning if you go in that water. So with that, I want to thank everybody at the LTVA and TDVA for what they are doing for our county and what they are doing for the event center. And I'm so thankful that TRPA changed the requirements from the number of events to the number of people attending the events. That will bode well for the county as well as the event center, as well as the entire lake region. And that's my report.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. And I will note for the general public that a PFD is a life jacket. Put on your life jacket. Yeah. All right.
I just want to thank Commissioner Rice for acknowledging he misled me into my last statements to go into this agenda item.
You got it, guy.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So the thing I wanted to, there's a number of things I wanted to mention. Last Wednesday, we conducted a town hall meeting, South County Town Hall meeting at the TRE Community Center. And we had the pleasure of having Daria Singer, the Chief Operating Officer, or whatever her title is, I'm not really sure, Partnership Douglas County, do naloxone training for our residents down there, which is very, very important. And I think it was a great presentation. We had about 40 people in attendance, and so that was really a good outreach. And we intend to do that pretty much on a quarterly basis down there with different people. But that product is available through Partnership Douglas County. I would encourage our residents to carry that as we have greater exposure to harmful drugs in our community. So please take advantage of it. And the program is the actual packets or whatever it is free to the public. So it's provided by the One Nevada PAC opioid funds. So that's a good program. Each year we have to have an Eastern meeting, our NACO meeting, the Nevada Association of Counties meeting in one of the Eastern counties. So this Friday, actually I'll be traveling out to Elko, Nevada tomorrow. 5 hours out there, 5 hours back for a 3.5-hour meeting. But anyways, look, I also have the opportunity to visit the Star Restaurant, so I never miss an opportunity to do that. So last Friday, we had our Carson Valley Visitors Authority meeting and approved our budget for the next fiscal year. But I have provided to each of the commissioners copies of the financials of that board, and for full disclosure on that. I would be remiss if I did not express appreciation for East Fork Fire and BLM for putting out basically the Connor fire that started in Pineview Estates with one property that was adjacent to BLM property. I believe we lost one basically two structures, one that the fire started at and another one where it carried over to, but mostly into the BLM property. And we were, to my understanding, that's the only structures we lost, and no loss of life, to my understanding. Maybe our PIO has a better understanding of that. Maybe Ms. Davidson at the end of my presentation can give us a little bit more, or correct my inaccurate information, because I don't want to do that. I don't want to put out inaccurate information. But still, I think we still need to be very appreciative of East Fork Fire and BLM for working through that process. July 11th or the 14th, I will be attending the National Association of Counties annual conference in Philadelphia. There's two functions that basically take place there. Determine, number one, our leadership for the next year, and also, more importantly, determining our policy as counties throughout the nation through 30,000 direction to the federal government regarding policy statements. NACO, the National Association of Counties, basically serves and helps us with our federal lobbying on a nonpartisan basis, working across party lines, determining policy statements that affect all the counties within the United States. So I look forward to that attendance. Also, I am very appreciative of the state legislature locking in the continued funding of China Spring and Aurora Pines youth camps. So that would be what I would request in regards to a future agenda item. Hopefully we'll have Ms. Lindsay Knox, our lobbyist, coming before us, giving us a presentation. Perhaps it's scheduled in June or July already, but anyways, I look forward to hearing from her, our lobbyist, in that regard. So that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Davidson, do you want to address the fire?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. We do have a third structure that was confirmed this morning. It was an outbuilding, so it was not a residence, it was an outbuilding. And I do just want to take a moment to also extend my thanks to East Fork Fire and the incident team from BLM and the wonderful work of our emergency management team to support their efforts, and our community services team. Fire incident management is a huge undertaking. We have some of the best people, I would argue, in the nation, in this region, to help us respond to these incidents. And I am very grateful that this did not end up impacting our community worse than it did. It could have been very bad. I think we all knew going into this fire season that it was going to be a bad one, and the combination of the winds and no rain, no moisture means we're not out of the woods just yet. I'd ask people to stay diligent, be responsible, and continue to support the efforts of our firefighters who are keeping us all safe. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Now my turn. I have one really, really important thing, and I am going to go into it in some depth. But first, I'll just note that since our last meeting, I've attended a Carson Valley Arts Council meeting, a Carson Water Subconservancy District meeting, a South Shore Transportation Management Association meeting, and a Tahoe Transportation District meeting. I've also exchanged emails with Jessica Stocking from China Spring Youth Camp to touch base on the status of things there, and I've met with several constituents on important matters. So the one thing that I need to hone in on with particularity and ask commissioners to pay close attention to is a proposed agreement that is being drafted that would expand Lake Link service over the next 3 years, but would also increase our payment to SSTMA in compensation for that expansion. Unlike previous years where SSTMA came to us and said, we just want money and we'll see what we can do for expanded service, this 3-year agreement would be very specific on the service that they're going to provide in exchange for the money that we are would potentially commit ourselves to. The proposal is that the 3 years begin in July of this year. And the reason I'm asking you to pay close attention is, as is typical with SSTMA, they are on very tight means. They operate very lean, and they will need us to give an up or down decision on this in July, because they were not going to have the money to operate much longer if we don't approve this agreement. So that's right. So pay attention to what I'm telling you, and if you have input or questions, you can talk to Wendy Lang, because she has been very involved and very, very productive as we've worked on this. Her help has been great, incredible. So, and also I want to credit Dennis Davenport, who is a constituent who has volunteered himself to think deeply, learn deeply about transportation, and figure out how can we make this work for Douglas County. He is a really committed Douglas County resident who really wants this service for himself and his neighbors, and has done a really great job. So the particulars would be, as you may remember, we've been giving around $600,000. The particulars would be, next year we would give $650,000, so slightly more, and the area that would be served would be Elks, in addition to what is being served right now, Elks Point, Round Hill Pines Resort, Zephyr Heights, Pine Wild Condominiums, and Marla Bay. The year after that, we would make a commitment for $750,000, and the extended service would include Kingsbury Grade to the top of Kingsbury and to Zephyr Point Conference Center on US 50. The year after that, it would be potentially $850 commitment, and we would have link north on US 50 to Cave Rock, and then everywhere else in the Tahoe Basin. The other points in the agreement would be that if it is found that a neighborhood is just not using Lake Link, so we're just not realizing benefit for our money, then the monetary input would stay in Douglas County, but they would find a different way to use it in Douglas County. They, meaning SSTMA or TTD. Another piece of this agreement is that it would include TTD in the agreement, Tahoe Transportation District, and here's why. Federal transportation dollars are allotted by ridership. In recent years, money has gone from South Shore to North Shore to the tune of over $1 million a year, because South Shore has lost ridership or is not increasing ridership. North Shore has more ridership. And in part, that's because they count their microtransit and their fixed route transit. On the South Shore, we're not counting Lake Link as part of the ridership. Through this agreement, because we're incorporating Tahoe Transportation District in the agreement, it is expected that we could include ridership on Lake Link in our overall ridership numbers, and hopefully get that $1.2 million of federal money back to the South Shore, which would expand what we could do across the board.
Could you just get clarification before our meeting or for the packet, so that this would, because there's a qualification, sort of what you said. It's my understanding, we can't, Lake Link can't get federal dollars because it doesn't follow the federal guidelines of inspections on the type of trucks, the ADA, and a bunch of other stuff. So you know what I'm talking about,
Yes,
right?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
they don't have commercial driver's license, and they drive vans. So
They don't
meet
do
that
drug
criteria.
testing, all the things.
Yeah.
The preliminary assessment is, as long as the money flows through TTD and it is federalized, meaning it follows all those federalized requirements, that the ridership would still count. But that is, excuse me, that is one of the points that is important to everyone and is pivotal to this whole deal. So it's a good question.
And is TTD amicable to taking over Lake Link then?
Yes. No. Sorry. We can't get into the details today, and we'll get into the details before, but I can tell you that everything that I have said has been discussed at length with all of the entities potentially involved. So just heads up, and if you have more questions, concerns, comments, in the next week, we would really appreciate it if you would talk to Wendy Lang about it, because we don't want to get closer and closer and closer to our July meeting, and then all of a sudden have impediments that can't be resolved before that meeting. All right. I think that's all we have. Moving to closing public comment. Is there any? Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned. Oh, I will note, we are having this meeting instead of the July 3rd and the June 19th meeting, so our next meeting is going to be July 17th. Thank you.